Let me see.
I'll go share.
Well, no, you need Mitch. Actually, no, you do. We do still need Mitch.
Hey, good morning, everyone. We're gonna call to order on today's date, I kicked it up a whole month, April 8th, 2022. Time is now 9:24 a.m. This is the 2023 Action Plan Committee meeting. Like I say, thank you so much for your time. We apologize for the technical difficulties. It's the wonderful world of technology that we live in. By the time we get it figured out, trust me, they'll change something else and we'll have to learn it all over again. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna try to move up the timetable. We've already done the welcome. Again, thank you for the sacrifice of your time. Thank you for being a part of this committee. It is instrumental. We definitely want your input and we need your support and we need your contribution to make sure that we can make the DD Council state, the plan as effective as possible to make sure we can execute all that's being asked of us to do and those things that we see fit. So at this point, let's do some introductions real quick. That way everybody knows who they're talking to and we can go ahead and move from there. So I'm Rashad Bristow, the chair for the DD Council for this current term. And then I'll move to my left with Brent.
Brenton Andrus, council staff.
Marylee Andrews, council staff.
Amy DeVille, executive director.
Ebony Haven, deputy director.
Rakeisha Branch, council staff.
And we'll go online now. I see Mitch. Go ahead and do the introduction, Mitch.
Good day, everybody. Good to see everyone. Mitch Eden, Self-Advocate.
Christy Jake.
Oh, it's just me, Christy Gonzalez. I am a special education teacher and parent of 2 children with disabilities.
Thank you. Vivian.
Hi, I'm Vivian Webb and I'm a self-advocate.
Thank you. Cheney.
Amy,
All right. Did I miss anybody?
No, that's everybody.
Okay. So at this point, we'll move forward. Have the mandate and the overview.
Everyone see it?
yes.
Okay, great. So I'm just gonna go over the council's mandate. And this is something that we went over in orientation, or you should have went over it in orientation a while ago in Mitch's case. And this is just what the DD Act states, that the councils have to engage in advocacy, capacity building, and systems change activities that promote self-determination, independence, productivity, integration, and inclusion of people with developmental disabilities in all facets of life. So as we move through the plan, we want to make sure that all of the activities that you guys consider fall within those three areas, either advocacy, capacity building, or systems change. There's some other information on the mandate, and it's about the restrictions on the use of funds. The council can't supplant funds, so federal funds can't be used to replace non-federal funds, and filling gaps. So council funds can't be used to duplicate or replace services for individuals with disabilities and their families. And then last but not least, conflicts of interest. If we are discussing any activity where you know that you have a conflict of interest, just refrain from offering any information, or I would just refrain from discussing it. So just keep in mind any conflicts of interest that you all may have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions in regards to what has just been stated?
No.
Publishing. Agenda. Oh, I'll put it at the bottom.
The next part of the agenda is about the feedback that we received from ACL about our last state plan.
Okay.
So the feedback that we received, I don't have a document, but I could tell you about it. One thing that we know for sure we're going to have to do is completely revise our targeted disparity objective. And when we get to that part of the plan, we're going to work through the plan from top to bottom. So when we get to that part of the plan, we'll go over exactly why. But that was part of the feedback, was that our targeted disparity needed to be overhauled. And then the other thing was, oh, thank you. We have one activity, which is activity 1.2.3. And that activity says that we're going to support council members in participation in council meetings and other functions. That particular activity also needs to be removed just because it's supposed to be a part of the normal DDC functions, and so it shouldn't be included in our plan. So those were the major things on the ACL feedback when it came to our objectives and our activities. And so we'll get into that in more detail later, but I do see Mitch has his hand raised.
Mitch, you recognize.
You know me, I gotta get things going here. So Amy, real quick, for those that are listening that may not know who or what ACL is and what they do, would you mind just giving a brief explanation of ACL's role in this whole thing, just for those that are listening and maybe those that are listening in the public?
Sure. So ACL is the administration on community living, and they are basically federally, they're the people who give us our grant funds. So we report to them, our state plans go to them and are monitored by them. So everything that we do is monitored by ACL.
Thank you.
Sure. The next part of the agenda was review of budget. But we're going to look at the budget as we go item by item, and it's probably easier to do it that way than to just look at it as one big whole now. So,
Okay. So we'll move forward to review the recommendations from council standing committees.
Okay, so the Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee, their recommendations for the planning committee were the first one, and you guys did discuss these recommendations at the full council meeting in January. But I also wanted to include them since these were the recommendations that they wanted to send for the planning committee. So the first thing from the SDCI committee was individuals need assistance navigating the tiered waiver system, possibly contract with someone knowledgeable about all aspects of the tiered waiver system to help individuals in the community and those trying to transition out of ICFs get the supports that best fit their needs. So that was the first thing. There was some feedback from the council and Brenton, do you want to kind of give an overview of what the council kind of felt about that one?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, the idea of starting up a transition team for folks to come out of ICFs, I mean, that mechanism is already there. They have transition teams inside ICFs to be able to help folks transition out if they choose. So, I mean, the discussion was kind of centered on we'd be duplicating a process that might already be in place. And with the one thing I guess to consider is with the amount of work that would be needed to accomplish this, I mean, you'd almost have to start looking at having staff on board that would specifically work at I don't know that this would actually be a contract as much as like an actual position you'd be trying to create to do this. But again, you'd also be looking at duplicating an effort that's already there. So I don't know that contracting to start up a transition team would be a wise use of resources at this time.
Anybody have any questions about that one or that recommendation? Yeah, go ahead, Mitch.
Brendan, does that include ICS? Does that include nursing facilities?
I am not sure, actually, Mitch. Keisha or Ebony, do you know? It does include nursing. Okay. It does nursing facilities.
Yeah, what I'm still hearing and still seeing in the community, and particularly in nursing facilities, is that social workers and staff that are responsible for creating a transition plan for those individuals that are coming into a nursing home that at some point in time want to move back into the community. What I'm still seeing a lot and hearing a lot is, those folks are not trained, and those folks don't have the knowledge of these waiver systems, and they don't have the knowledge of really how to give someone guidance, and particularly to develop a plan to help them exit and move back into the community. We all know that that takes a tremendous amount of effort and coordination and experience and knowledge to even get that started. So my understanding is that when someone goes into an ICF or a nursing home, that they're supposed to develop a transition plan then when they first are admitted. It's within a certain period of time. But what I'm still seeing is that these nursing facilities, and because I've always said that social workers and people that work there, they have a bias to the nursing facility. Those places are, most of them are for-profit businesses that are making money. They don't want to see people leave, and I'm just being honest. So I'm wondering if there is some kind of way that we can make sure that these people that are there that may want to transition at a minimum are given the right information at some point in time, given information that these waivers exist, that they can apply for them to help them possibly transition. Because I still got a guy in a nursing home in North Louisiana that's potentially eligible for a community choice waiver, but he's still there. And it's been probably 6, 7, 8 months since my first initial contact with him, when he was expressing his desire to transition. He's not interdicted, but he certainly needs an assessment for a community choice waiver. And to my understanding, that hasn't happened yet. So that's my point, that yes, these waivers are available, and yes, they have the ability to potentially help some people transition out if they can support them. But these people aren't getting the information in the nursing homes. They're not given that information. And a lot of times, because I asked the social worker when I was there at our initial meeting if she could apply for the community choice waiver for him. She didn't know what the community choice waiver was. This is a social worker. So, you know, there's still a gap there. These folks are not getting the information they need. That's my experience with the nursing homes.
Thank you, Mitch.
I mean, any ideas on that? Or, I mean, I think maybe that recommendation maybe came from some of those conversations about that. Contracting with someone that understands these waivers, these tiered waiver systems, and making sure that the most vulnerable people, you know, and keep in mind, a lot of these people that are in the nursing homes, you know, they don't know the questions to ask. A lot of times they don't even know that they even have the option to move back into the community. They don't even know that these supports even exist. They don't have a clue unless someone tells them. And so it's a matter of making sure that those people that are living there at a minimum get the right information so that they'll know that this might be an option for me at some point in time. I'm not stuck here, and I don't have to live here for the rest of my life if I don't choose to. That's my point. I mean, they're not getting the information.
Any other thoughts? Is there a way to have intervention on that? What he was asking?
Well, we're trying to figure out how you could build an activity around it. We can't do direct service, and so some of that is kind of geared that way. It would almost have to be more of an education thing, but we'd have to figure out how to be able to get into the nursing homes, which.
But them being privately owned, that can be a challenge.
It could. And I mean, especially if you're looking at things like community choices waiver. I mean, we're looking at more of aging and adult services side of things as opposed to DD.
Right. In most cases, yeah.
Yeah, and so that gets a little squirrely on our end of stepping into areas that we're not typically focused on, and what kind of feedback we would get on that aspect of things.
Right, and I understand that. I mean, but there are folks with DD that are in nursing homes.
That is true. Yes,
I've interacted with them. I know they're there, and
yeah,
they're particularly not going to get the information.
Right.
Listen, people, the reality of it is, I go into these nursing homes. I know what it's like there. These people are heavily medicated. A lot of times they're just, you know, they're pushed over in a corner and they sit there and watch people walk by all day. It's pretty sad. I mean, and and I'm not saying all of them are like that. I think there are facilities that go to great lengths to make sure that their residents are happy and that they have the best quality of life possible there. And they do all that they can to support them. But then there's a lot of them that do just the opposite. They do the minimal services, and, you know, as long as they can keep you quiet and kind of suppressed and you don't rock the boat, then they're fine with that. You know, I see that a lot too. So, but I see what you're saying, Brendan. I mean, most of those folks there would fall under OAAS and the adult population.
Right. And then, like it was mentioned, also the concern of how do we actually get into most of these privately run facilities to try to educate folks on their options.
Well, I think that our responsibility certainly should fall, and as part of the Olmstead Act, these folks should be given this information. My understanding is that this information should be shared with them when they're admitted and when they're coming into a facility, when it looks like they're going to be there long term, that as part of their exit plan, their transition plan, that they are given this information, but I just don't think that's happening. So maybe there's a way that we can raise a question with OAAS about, are the ombudsman, what's the ombudsman's role and responsibility, and making sure that these
At least it-
I'm emailing Elizabeth Atkins, but no.
Oh, sorry, Mitch. I forgot to mute on that one. I was just asking if we had anyone on our council yet that was filling in as interim for OAAS. Because that could be something we could have brought up at the council meeting, but then Amy was saying that she was emailing Miss Atkins over at OAS now.
I guess, I don't know if you heard my question. I was wondering what role the ombudsman in these facilities have to make sure that this type of information is disseminated and that individuals get it and understand it at some point in time, maybe when they're being admitted. And I understand that a lot of times when people are being admitted, you could give them all the information that you wanted to. They're not going to understand it at the time. They're not going to retain it. They're not going to remember it, because a lot of times they're very ill and sick when they're coming into these facilities. They're getting long-term care. And so, I don't know. I just know based on my experience that they're not given this information. And a lot of times I don't want to get on a rant. I'm just going to end it with that. Maybe we can ask what the ombudsman role is, and if there some way that they could help to make sure that the waiver information is available to those individuals, and make sure that as part of the transition plans for every person that they are given that information and they understand their options clearly.
Or anything to do with anything. Yes, the transition process review is annual.
That's take into account. Okay. Moving forward.
Okay, so the next thing would be similar to what we just discussed. Those in ICFs or those with SUN scores of 4 should have an expedited way to receive waiver services, or creation of an emergency coordination team at the state level to help navigate individuals through the waiver process. And then, we just discussed it, that there's already an emergency coordination or a coordination team for people in ICFs when they want to transition. There's already a transition team that is in place. Now, whether or not that transition team is moving at an expedited rate, that's the question. And I can say from experience in support coordination that a lot of the barriers that you face when you're trying to transition from a person from an ICF is housing. That is a huge barrier. Whenever you can't find housing for an individual, it's very hard for them to transition. And so, from my experience, I had a person that I was trying to transition, and it took a year for them to transition out of the ICF because we couldn't find proper housing for him. So I know that's some of the barriers that transition teams run into. So I'm not sure how you all feel about this, but I did want to share that information with you. And Mitch, I saw you had your hand raised, but I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, you're right. Housing, there's still a huge housing crisis, not only in Louisiana, but nationally. It is the number one barrier to transition. It's the number one, well, it's the second barrier to transition. Number one is making sure people get the information and know that these waiver services exist for them, and that someone there available wherever they're living, in an ICF or a nursing home, is responsible for making sure they get the information, is responsible for making sure they understand it, and beginning that process to help them make that transition and apply for those services if they choose to do so. And then you're right. The second biggest barrier is, okay, you've been assessed, you're eligible for the community choice waiver. Where are you going to live? Are you going to go back to your own home? Or are you going to be moving back into the community in a new place? And it is the biggest barrier. Finding affordable, accessible, decent housing anywhere in Louisiana is a huge, huge challenge. And that needs to remain a focus for this council to make sure that we are supporting any and every effort, state and federal level, to increase the availability for housing, for sure. Because if you don't got somewhere to live, it don't matter if you have a waiver or not. You're not going anywhere. Right?
True.
Exactly.
Anyone else?
That would address like the ICF part. Now, the part about individuals who have a SUN score of a 4, I don't know how to expedite that process. It's just.
I mean, that could be administrative type advocacy.
Yeah.
I mean, not to overcommit Amy to anything, but she meets with Julie on the regular, and that could be a topic of conversation that they have frequently, just making sure that the understanding is there of the need and what the department can do to actually pay some attention to that particular area.
Yeah, I see you have your hand raised. Go ahead, Mitch.
I just have a quick question. Mentioning these emergency coordination teams, where are these teams located? Are these teams or a team predominantly in the New Orleans, Baton Rouge area? Are these folks that are hired and contracted to work statewide? When you talk about an emergency coordination team, who makes up that team? Who are we talking about?
I think in this instance, they were saying create one.
Yeah.
That would be statewide.
And so the creation of this team would be to make sure that those individuals that scored a 4 on the SUN score for the now waiver, or one of those other waivers, that this emergency coordination team would meet with them and make sure that there's a transition process started for them. Is that what that means?
That's sort of how I'm reading it. So when I see a coordination team, I'm reading it like, if we take somebody that's in an ICF, I'll take a person that's in Pineville. So there's a transition team at Pineville that'll start the process. Once that person is offered a waiver service, they have to choose a support coordination agency. And then the support coordination agency has to start the process. And I'm pretty sure they have to go through the local governing entity before it gets to the support coordination agency. But I don't know of a way that you can expedite that process for a person that's transitioning out of an ICF, because of the barriers that we mentioned. Housing is a big one. But someone that scores a 4, like they'll have to go through that same process. So they get linked to a support coordination agency. The support coordination agency assigns a support coordinator. The support coordinator goes out and meets the family or contacts the family within 3 days. Within 10 days, they have to go out and see the family. So there's already a process in place. I don't know if creating an emergency coordination team would expedite the process. I don't know if that would help.
I see what you're saying. And there's a transition coordinator in every region, right? Right, Ebony? Isn't there a transition coordinator?
There should be, yes.
Do all ICFs have a transition coordinator in-house?
I know Pinecrest does, but yeah, all ICFs should have one.
Or at least the owners of those ICFs would have one to cover. I don't know if there's one in every one that he's asking. Pinecrest for sure, but I don't know about.
But you like
Yeah, some of the smaller
homes and
ones
stuff like that.
probably don't have.
Yeah, like the smaller ones, it's probably, they have more than one, I would imagine. There's probably not one in a smaller home, but. But one of the other things to also consider, and it's on there, I mean, support coordination is tied into a lot of what we're talking about.
Yes.
And until you address the turnover rate, I don't know that you're really going to be able to tackle a lot of these other problems if you can't keep the people in there. You can put a time limit on whatever you want, but if they don't have the people to do it, they're going to use that as their reasoning as to why they can't stay within those timeframes that they're given. I don't know of an activity per se that we could throw money at to address sport coordination turnover. But I do think that's something to consider as an advocacy agenda item where you could try to advocate for funding to address that, similar to what we've done with rates for DSWs and things like that.
Right now, they are looking at a support coordination increase, right? It was 30%.
Right.
So they are looking at like a 30% increase for support coordination rates with the American Rescue Plan funding. So they are trying to, OCDD or LDH, they are trying to address the support coordination turnover by increasing the rates. But I mean, right now, I think they're still at 2008 levels, if I'm not mistaken, and we're in 2022. So
going back to the first bullet point, just for a second, possibly contract with someone knowledgeable about all aspects of the tiered waiver system to help individual community, transition out. Again, isn't that the transition coordinators statewide? Isn't that part of the transition coordinator's responsibility?
right. Yes.
So is it a service issue or an accountability issue?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was asking a question. I see where you're going with it. I was just thinking out loud. Is it a service issue or is it an accountability issue?
I think it's a little bit of both, but more an accountability issue, I would think. I mean, I'll just use North Louisiana for an example. If there's a transition coordinator in North Louisiana, how often is that transition coordinator going into every nursing home or ICF in this area, having some kind of meeting with the residents, a residents meeting to make sure that the individuals know about these programs, know about these supports, know about their options? I bet if you went into, let's just say one of the largest nursing homes in this area, I know I keep going back to nursing homes, and you went in there and you sat down with all the residents in there and you let them know about these supports and let them know that these supports could potentially help them leave this facility, go back to the home that they were either living in prior to, coming into the facility. And if they had the supports that they needed and they could get the same supports that they're getting in the nursing home in their own homes, and you asked for a show of hands, how many people would be willing to take advantage of that? I guarantee you everybody in there would probably raise their hands. Because like I said, my point is most of these people don't know about these services. They don't know that they exist. They don't know that these options are available to them. They think that they're just stuck in these facilities. I mean, you work hard all your life. You get to be a senior citizen. And suddenly one day you find yourself maybe not quite able to do your ADLs anymore. You don't have family that can support you. It's almost traditional to, mom's getting or dad's getting to that age where it's almost time to go to the nursing home. Family members and people don't know about these community choice waivers, and they don't know about LTPCS, and a lot of times parents don't know about the now waivers, etc. And so they just automatically think, well, it's almost that age where parents should be going into these nursing homes. I think most people, if they knew about these services and could apply for it or had the support they need to apply for these services, would certainly choose to remain living in their own homes. I know I would. I know everybody sitting there would. Nobody wants to live in these facilities. So I'm just My concern is that they're just not getting the information. And I'm wondering what responsibilities transition coordinators have to make sure that residents, and again, like ombudsman, make sure that residents have this information and know about it. That's my concern.
Legitimate concerns.
And it's real. I'm telling you, these things are real. I mean, I see it all the time, man. And I'm not saying that these facilities aren't appropriate for some people, because they are. You know, some people, even if they were offered an hour waiver or community choice waiver, they just wouldn't be able to get enough supports that they need to go home or to live in the community. So, you know, 24-hour round the clock, long-term intensive care, some people need that, and just because of their disability or their illnesses, you know, but most people, if they just had some help, could go back home, you know. I see that all the time.
Right. So for the benefit of the new council members that are on the call, with this discussion, is there anything that you have, or any questions or concerns about what's been discussed or what's been presented? Okay. So how do we move forward?
These are things that you all can take into consideration whenever you're thinking about new activities. So, you know, you just keep these conversations and these discussions in mind whenever you guys are thinking about adding activities to goals 1 or 2. And so we already talked about addressing the support coordination turnover rate, but the SDCI committee also wanted the committee to take into consideration increasing activities focused on youth advocacy involvement, which would lead into that next one, and contract with the youth leadership to get the youth leadership forum established in Louisiana again, because they did have a youth leadership forum. I think it might have stopped right after Hurricane Katrina. And so we do have an ad hoc committee for the youth leadership forum, and they are looking to have another one in the summer of 2023.
Okay.
And I think Cheney and Vivian, you guys are on the committee, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go down to the Education and Employment Committee and their recommendations for the plan. They wanted the committee to specifically look at goals 3.1.8, 3.2.5, and 3.2.6. 3.1.8, it is conducting outreach with appropriate entities on current services and training opportunities for traditional and special education teachers, including ongoing support, which may lead to capacity building efforts to increase high quality educators. Now, once we get to the review of each activity, if we continue with this particular activity, we'll need the committee to give us like clear guidance on how they would like to accomplish this activity, this particular activity. And then 3.2.5 is benefits planning services to a variety of agencies and stakeholders. And 3.2.6 is systems change based on emergent employment issues. So those are the recommendations from your standing committees. And while we're going through the plan, just keep those in mind. I do have them highlighted once we start going through the status report with the staff recommendations. You all will see those, and just keep those in mind that the Education and Employment Committee wanted the Planning Committee to specifically look at those 3 activities to maybe expand them, maybe give more clear guidance on specifically how to accomplish those activities. But just keep those in mind. Does anybody have any questions about those? Okay.
Thank you, Ebony. Now we're up to a discussion on contractual systems change initiatives. Continue with the partners in policymaking activity 1.1.1. Are we supposed to take a break between 10:15 and 11:15?
No, we just thought it was gonna take that long.
Oh, okay. That was a little joke.
Does anybody have any questions about partners? I mean, you guys have like the status, the status for the planning committee. So we did include information about partners and how it's being conducted currently. And since the public health emergency has ended and Rashad has lifted the suspension of in-person activities, the coordinator is currently establishing a plan for the class of 2022 to return back in person. But just looking forward to the class of 2023, we are considering having those individuals have their own rooms. They were double rooms previously before the pandemic. People were sharing rooms, but due to the increased risk for COVID-19 for people with developmental disabilities and parents, we're considering allowing people to have their own rooms. And the recommendations were to look at also increasing the gas mileage for individuals since inflation. So if you guys want to talk about that activity, if you have any questions, Marilee is the monitor, but I also assist with partners, so we can answer any questions that you guys have about that.
Marilee, being the monitor, is there anything that you want to contribute to what was being, you know, that we got other council members on that we need here? I'll put you on the spot, but I'm just asking.
No, that's totally fine. I'm glad I'm here. No, I mean, I really agree with Ebony's recommendation about single room occupancy. If anybody, I know some of you guys here have done partners and we did double occupancy. And that was a cost saving measure. But exactly what Ebony said, just due to COVID-19 and people in the disability community being at an increased risk for that, we really like the idea of single occupancy rooms. And there's a certain amount of money in partners. It looks like we're thinking 90,000 this year. So a couple years ago, we upped it from 80,000 to 90,000 because it was getting more expensive. So this 90 I think will help a little bit when you double the cost by doing single occupancy rooms. I mean, it'll help minimally. So you aren't going to have enough money to do, say, a class of 25, which I think historically was the maximum number that we did was 25. I don't think you'll have enough money. So you would almost have to decide to lower that number of participants that you accept. And then it's good to plan that the number of participants that you accept will complete partners. Most of the time they don't. You'll have a couple people drop off or not accept their offer to participate. But it's a good idea just to plan. Let's say we accept 20 people. Let's just assume all 20 are going to go through the entire partner session. In reality, they might not, but it's good to plan for that. from a fiscal standpoint. And then I'm not sure how far our coordinator is on getting actual hotel costs and things like that, and what those price differences may be in 2023 versus what they were the last time we were in person, which was just 3 months in 2020, I believe. So those are just all things to think about. And I think we all really love partners. I mean, I know it's been a really important activity for the council.
Partners is about half the reason most of us are here.
Right, exactly.
Mitch, I see your hand, you're recognized. Maybe not real quick.
Thank you, sir. No, I just wanted to say I totally agree with these recommendations. Single occupancy room just for safety and health purposes, and definitely increasing the rate for mileage and travel, because I don't know about you guys, but whew, I got dust in my wallet right now from pulling up to the gas station, because it's $60 to fill up a 17-gallon tank is just absurd. So yeah, we definitely need to keep up with the cost of inflation and increase the rate for gas mileage. I'm total support of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. And Mr. Muted, okay.
No, you're good.
Okay. And listen, just for the sake of argument, make sure that you have your cameras on. We didn't go over that through the housekeeping, but we want to make sure that we keep a contribution to the, since we're live streaming, that way any inputs that's recognized, nothing to be called into question in the future. I totally agree with you about the fuel, because I was looking at a little cartoon the other day, and it showed the EMS bringing the guy into the hospital. And they asked what happened to him. He said, another one that filled up at the pump. So that's exactly going on. Anybody else have anything else they want to contribute to the discussion about partners before we move on to LaCan? Okay, thank you.
Okay, to just make sure that I've got everything, we're going to increase the mileage rate to the state rate for partners.
Right.
And we're going to move to single occupancy rooms instead of double occupancy rooms for next year. Everyone agrees?
Just by thumbs up, does everybody agree about what Ms. DeVille was just saying about we're gonna change the room settings for each individual has their own room for the accommodations, as well as increasing the mileage to the state rate reimbursement rate for partners? Mitch, I see your hand. Thank you, Christy and Janie. And Vivian.
Amy, would this state rate increase be just for travel to and from the partners and policies, or would that be for all future meetings for the DDC?
This is just for partners.
We're still trying to navigate on that one, Mitch.
Okay.
Yeah, it hadn't been taken out. It's definitely to
Yeah,
the forefront, right?
Yeah. I mean, you start paying for a mileage increase for people to participate in partners, and then not pay for mileage increase for people to travel from North Louisiana to Baton Rouge for a meeting. You're gonna get some backlash on that.
No doubt, it'll definitely be pushed back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that, Mitch.
And just with those recommendations, we're just gonna have to lower the number of participants.
Okay.
And that's something that's normally done internally by the person over the budget.
Okay.
But just to keep that on the forefront, so that down the road, so people aren't upset or thrown off by the fact that maybe we only have 20 or a low number as opposed to a higher number.
About the only way to make it feasible.
Right, exactly.
Any other discussion about partners? Okay. Moving forward with the LaCan. Activity 1.1.2.
Okay, so I'll take LaCan. LaCan right now is fully staffed. I think we've been fully staffed since maybe late last year. So we have a LaCan leader in every region now. And of course, they're educating and supporting their LaCan members in each of their regions. And since we have returned back to in-person activity, the leaders will start to use their travel budgets again. So from 2020 to, I would say, whenever Rashad lifted the suspension of in-person activity last month, there was no travel. So the LaCan leaders didn't use any of their travel budgets. So we did have money left over in LaCan last year. But now that we are back to yellow shirt days, to them traveling more, they're going to start to utilize that budget again. So staff recommend that we just continue this activity at the current funding of $215,000. But we do want to put this in your ear just to kind of think ahead due to inflation and things like that. We do want to make sure that we keep the LaCan leaders' salaries competitive. And so just keep that in mind for next year. We may recommend an increase in the budget for LaCan just because of salary increases.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions about LaCan?
No questions, no changes.
No questions, no changes?
All right, we're moving forward to advocacy events activity 1.1.3.
Okay, so a lot of activities go through this particular activity. The LaCan leaders host roundtables every year. With them being virtual for the last 2 years, we have not had to utilize a budget for the roundtables, but normally when they're in person, they may have to pay for the place that they hold the roundtable. They'll have to pay for food, supplies, and things like that. So they are given a budget. Each leader is given a budget, and some of that money in the events are 1.1.3 is used for the roundtables, but you also have other events like member meetings and LaCan trainings, and also through this funding, there was the council's conference that we have, like I want to say every other year. But as you can see in the staff recommendations, we currently don't have the capacity to conduct a conference. So we're recommending that this activity be decreased, or the funding for this activity be decreased, just because we're not planning to hold a conference for fiscal year 23.
Any questions? Mitch, you're recognized.
Was the cost for a conference included in the original budget?
You mean the 30,000?
Yeah, would that have paid for a conference if there were going to be a conference in 2023? Because you're recommending that you decrease this funding due to not having the capacity to conduct a conference. Why don't we have the capacity to conduct a conference if we were already planning that in the budget?
I can't answer why it was planned in the budget, or why, because that was done way before me. I can tell you why we don't have the capacity. I can't fully staff. I'm not fully staffed. We haven't been staffed in 2 years. So I just don't have the staff capacity to be able to develop a conference and put it on.
Also, I'm not certain, I'd have to go back and find it, but I want to say this activity was at 50 grand on years that we did conferences and not 30.
That's correct.
Because usually we're in the 20 to 25 range when we host a conference.
So the conference is actually decided annually. It's not like a set schedule. We've gone, I think, almost 12 years once without a conference. So it's not it would not be out of the ordinary or out of our pattern of activities to not have a conference. And this 30,000 isn't funded for a conference. If that helps.
No, they don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? All right.
So for next year's plan, do we want to keep the dollar amount at 30,000? Or does somebody have a different offering for an amount?
From what I understand, she said that the initial conference was set aside for 50,000, now it's been reduced to 30,000.
No, the entire activity 1.1.3, which encompass a conference and other events, would be at like 50 in a conference year.
Right.
But because right now we have it down as not a conference year, it's 30.
Okay,
So in other words, we're thinking about 20 for the conference.
okay.
So we can keep it at 30. We haven't spent that much, but we've also been virtual the last 2 years.
Right.
So roundtables will go back to being in person.
Yeah, I would recommend that we keep it at 30,000 just to make sure there's money in the budget for those activities.
Yeah. And there are some things that, such as roundtables, we haven't hosted them in a couple of years, that I'm sure will cost more than what we generally appropriate for roundtables.
No doubt about it.
Once we're back in person. And I mean, if we're being honest, we usually kind of shortchange roundtables. We didn't spend a whole lot of money on those. And we relied a lot on donations, but everybody's hurting right now. We can't rely on that. So we will probably need to look at upping how much we spend on our roundtables.
Well, that's true. The cost of inflation is being spread. It's just being spread through the cost of leasing buildings and leasing space and rental space. I mean, everything's going up. So yeah, you almost have to.
Definitely has a ripple effect.
It sure does.
Okay, so the recommendation is to keep this at 30,000. Is that the consensus of the committee?
All right, I see Cheney with thumbs up, Mitch nodding his head, and I see Christie with thumbs up and Vivian with thumbs up. So thumbs up moving forward will be our confirmation of knowing that we're in agreement. So anything else under that?
No, not 1.1.3.
Okay, now we have activity 1.1.5 videos.
Well, we do need to just touch on 1.1.4, which is families helping families.
Okay,
Families helping families, we will keep in the budget, just so that everyone is aware. All of the state general funds that the DDC receives goes directly to the families helping families. So that's why they stay in our plan, and that's where they're funded. So we don't use any of our federal dollars to support them. So you won't see a dollar amount attached to that activity, but you will see the families helping families activity still remain in the plan.
okay. Thank you for that clarity.
Sure. 1.1.5 is videos. We have contracted with O'Neill Communications, and they have produced a number of videos for us over the last 2 years that are all available on our website. They were pushed out on social media. They're on our YouTube channel. And so they've done videos on a number of different topics. But staff recommend discontinuing this activity for next year. The reason being, everything that's created is available for view. There are an infinite number of topics that could have videos created about them, but we have run into problems with getting people to participate in the creation of them. It's been hard to get people to do that. And although they get views, they don't get a ton of views. So it's probably time for this this activity to end. They did one on IEP guidance. They did waivers, employment. They've done a number of them on schools.
Maybe one on TSPs.
Yes, DSPs.
And then you have the list that they're gonna do this year in the status or on the action plan. The list that they're planning to do this year is accessible housing, COVID-19 issues, IEP guidance, successful education outcomes, all of the ones that are listed there, even partners in policy making, they're planning to do one on. So they're gonna be spanning a whole plethora of topics, but I think they've just had issues getting people to participate. And even when I would say council staff have intervened and tried to get people to participate in the videos, it's just been a limited number of people that have been interested. Now, I don't know if we need to expand our outreach or, you know, if there are other strategies that you guys have in mind for them, but I think the strategies that we've utilized haven't been too successful.
But the core of it's the reservations of the individuals, correct?
Oh, Mary, do you want to add anything? I don't know.
So I think the videos are really great. They're beautifully produced. I think we have a great contractor working on it. It has posed a difficult hurdle to get people to participate because the contractor, they're videographers, creative development, things like that, but they're not going to speak on it. And so as the Developmental Disabilities Council, we want self-advocates, we want people with disabilities, we want families, we want those involved in the community, those that have a story about whatever the topic is. And so we reach out to our council members. We have the contractor first reach out to all of our council members. I usually do a lot of legwork in setting up that introduction. If she gets back to me and she says, I don't have a lot of responses, I'll start emailing council members. And that's just for our council member population, which they are invited to volunteer to participate themselves or volunteer another person to participate. And then we do an outreach to the public, which is via an LADDC news. We push it out on social media. So we try to reach everyone that we have an ability to reach to participate. And it's just hard to get people to participate, even to sign up. Sometimes people sign up and then they don't show up. And now we've paid our contractor to be there and have their videographer and all of their people there. And then they don't have anyone to film. So that is where the struggle is. I think everybody likes the activity. I think it looks great here. I think the products and the videos are beautiful, but we're not able to do all the topics that everyone likes. And sometimes we're barely able to do the topics that we have listed. And you can see this is a pretty extensive list that the planning committee put on there previously. And so, they're trying really hard to cover all those topics.
Thank you, Marilyn. Mitch?
I really love the idea of these videos, and I know that the folks have reached out to me about participating in one of these, and I'm certainly willing to do that. I guess my issue has been just being able to find the time to do it because of the program that we're currently involved with, the VITA program, but that's coming to an end. So I'm hopefully going to be able to get with Laura and be able to coordinate some time to work with her on the employment aspect of these videos. And but I tell you, it's a great opportunity. I love the idea of these videos, but I can see where it would be difficult to find folks to get involved and participate, but I'd like to try and help with that if we can. I mean, I can start, I'll have more time here in the next couple of weeks to maybe reach out to some of the consumers that come through the SIL that we're working with, that we have active cases on, to see if they're willing to participate. I'm sure I could get some participation that way. You might reach out to some of the other SILs in the state if that's not, if you haven't
Hold on
already
one
done
second,
that.
Mitch. Hold on one
Yes, sir.
second.
Yes, sir.
For those that don't know, SEAL is an acronym for Center for Independent Living.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Rashad. And,
Yeah.
because we serve a cross disability population through the Centers for Independent Living. And so you're going to be able to reach maybe a pretty wide audience there and folks with developmental disabilities and other disabilities. And so I'm willing to begin to be more active in that regard and help get the word out and at least try and find some participants that are willing to get involved, because this is a great way to disseminate very important and vital information to people. So if the recommendation is that we finish the video series through this fiscal year and not do it next year, maybe we could readdress that after we get through the videos and see how it goes. If we can get more involvement before we make a determination that we're just not going to continue to do it next year. But I could see where the staff would be kind of at a crossroads and trying to figure out, should we continue with this budget or not? So, but I'm willing to see if we can't drum up some support for this, because I really love the idea of it. So let me know how I can help. And I'm going to be, I know that Laura and I have been trying to reach each other. And I sent the last email, so I'm waiting on her response. But anyway, I love the idea. And I think if we could continue to do it, maybe towards the end of the series, we could see how it goes before we would just say, well, we're not going to do this anymore. But I can understand the budget issues. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
So Laura is the contractor, just for everybody who's listening in. And I can follow up with Laura. She's usually really good about email, so she must have overlooked it or something, but I'll follow up with her on that.
So for this activity, does the committee want to continue it or discontinue it?
Okay, this is the part where we're gonna need participation. Mitch, we pretty much know what your stance is.
Okay, I recommend that we continue.
He recommends that we continue.
Okay, Chrissy, you recognize?
I think we should keep it. I think the more people that view it and become involved with it, the more people who will get that information passed along. I think it's a good thing. We just have to be more adamant in spreading the word that this is available. So I have many students and people in our parish who be willing to, provide information for those videos as well.
So what might help you guys, if you're on our website, we have a banner at the top, and I think it's the fourth image. It says new video series on the importance of inclusion in the disability community. And you can click on there and you can see all the videos from our last action plan.
Do you want to share? Are you on this?
I'm not on.
Oh, but I can just go to the
If I had someone to send this to, I would. I'd put it in the chat. But anyway, just if that's the direction you guys are going, it'll be helpful for you to know where the videos are from the last action plan for sharing or talking about or anything like that.
Chrissy, I see your hand. You recognize.
Yes, I was wondering, would I be able to share that with my school board district?
Yes.
With my parish?
Absolutely. It's on our website.
Yeah, so I'm sharing it now. This is the this is our website. So this is the banner where it is. So
so I can let them know, and then they can use that to maybe add it to their our special needs
website.
Okay.
That would be awesome. And
I just wanted to make sure before
yeah, they're really great videos.
Okay. And I can do them with my students as well.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think there's 9.
Okay.
Yeah, so these are all of them: planning for transition, navigating IEPs, honoring April. There was one honoring our previous chair.
Okay.
Christy, is public information, so share it with anybody and everybody.
Okay, I sure will.
Yeah, this was our last fiscal year's videos. So
yes.
And we're working on, so this fiscal year's action plan, those are the videos we're working on now that we're still trying to get participation in and whatnot.
Okay, well, definitely will share those.
Great.
Okay,
All right, so two people were in favor of continuing the activity. Everyone else concurs.
Vivian, how do you feel?
okay.
Do you want to continue the videos?
I saw Cheney give a thumbs up.
Cheney, I saw your thumbs up.
Okay, Vivian, we see your comment. I feel we should continue the videos. Okay, so it's pretty much unanimous.
Okay, so if we continue the videos, do we want to continue it at the same budgeted rate as last year, which was 51,000?
Was the 51,000 budgeted for the, like just the allocation for that to have the safety net for it? Or did it come to that cost? Or is it still kind of up in the air?
I want to, for this fiscal year, I don't know yet because they're certainly not done. Last fiscal year, I'm pretty sure they used all of the funds.
Okay.
Yeah, because like Mary Lee was saying, they're doing videographers and like.
Oh, that's right. There's so many
people with
moving
camera
parts and dynamics.
equipment
with it.
and
Okay.
yes.
And in the first
The
fiscal years
editing.
that we did it, I think it was at 51,000 and they did 9 videos.
Okay, so they're meeting up to what the expenditure is.
Mhm.
Okay, so the ask for the council members is really, please help get the word out so we can make this as profitable and make sure that it's an effective investment for the DD council. And just like Mitch was made it known, it's not limited to just to the council members or just our circles. It's with anybody that's involved with the disability community. So this is something we really want to try to capture and capitalize on, especially when we're in a position as a DD council, make this kind of investment in the DD community, the disability community. So that's my ask as asked to everyone, try to get the word out to let it be known about this opportunity, because there may be some who may be reserved about saying something, but there's others that you come across them, we'll probably have to tell them we'll have to do a 3-part segment based upon them what they want to say. So let's see what we can find. And I'll take that charge myself. Anybody else have anything they want to contribute to this discussion? Mitch, I see your hand.
I was just going to answer Amy's question that I recommend that if this budget has been adequate in previous years and the production company has used the budget, then we leave the budget as it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Mitch. Okay, moving forward, activity 1.1.6.
One point six is supported decision-making. And Ebony is overseeing that one, so.
Yes, so as you'll see, the staff recommendations are to continue supported decision-making. It is still brand new in the state of Louisiana. I think the Dustin Gary Act passed in 2019. So last fiscal year, they were able to train about 134 people. I would say 10% of that 134 were self-advocates. And about out of that 134, 44 were parents or family members. So I think that there's still a lot of work. You guys are doing this activity again for this fiscal year. And I think our recommendation is to continue it so that we can inform as many self-advocates and families about this additional option that is now available in Louisiana, other than interdiction and the other tutorship that kind of, restricts the person's rights. So this is a more towards self-determination. They get to determine what they want with the help of people that they assign as, I think they're called helpers, but they actually come up with an agreement for this person that's going to help them with all decisions in their life, whether that be health decisions, career decisions, whatever decisions they want help in, they get a helper to help them make those decisions. So I think this is a great option in Louisiana that we have now. And so the staff recommendation is to continue this activity in fiscal year 23. So does anybody have any questions about the supported decision-making? We're contracting with the ARC of Louisiana. So they are currently doing 5 statewide trainings and 5 trainings for medical and legal professionals. So I know that they've done one with the Bar Association so far this year, and they're actually mentoring individuals through the process. So last year they mentored 5 individuals, self-advocates through the process. And this year they're gonna do an additional 2. So I think this is a great activity, and if anybody has any questions, I can answer them.
I just say I fully support it. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I say we continue it. And I think it'll grow, and I think once people begin to see the benefits of this program, I think you'll see more involvement, and I just think it's going to take off. So yeah, I absolutely recommend that we continue it.
Okay. This activity was funded last year at 50,000. Do we want to keep the same level of funding for next fiscal year?
Has the contractor expressed that this funding is meeting their needs and that it's adequate?
Yes.
Then I make the recommendation that we stay with the $50,000.
Okay.
What say the rest? Okay, I see Christy, Cheney, Vivian, thank you very much. Moving pretty good.
Yeah, let's not jinx it. Okay, the next activity is 1.1.7, which is one that we have every year that basically just says that the council is going to produce and provide information important to individuals with developmental disabilities and their families through a variety of electronic and social media. This is our website, our social media accounts. This is where we're dispersing a lot of information out and getting it out to the public. So we recommend that we keep this activity. It's a non-funded activity. We take care of it in-house. Okay. Moving on to 1.1.8. This is advocate for increased meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input, improved practices to facilitate stakeholder input and consideration of stakeholder recommendations. We have this in our plan every year too. We usually tackle that one again through social media every time LDOE puts out a survey, or sometimes OCDD will do the same, and we're getting those opportunities out to the public for them to respond to surveys or offer public comment for different initiatives. So we recommend continuing that activity as well. It's also non-funded. We handle that in-house. And if we're good there, we can move on to our next objective, which has to do with our self-advocacy network, and look at activity 1.2.1, which is provide technical assistance and training opportunities designed to strengthen the self-advocacy network and the effectiveness of its systems change activities. This activity is, we contract with People First of Louisiana. Typically, they do a conference every year. The last couple of years, they have not been able to do that because it's virtual. So what they have been doing instead is making sure that self-advocates still have the opportunity to attend other trainings that are being provided virtually, and paying for people's registration for those types of things. We recommend continuing this activity. People First does great work. They work with self-advocates. They help self-advocates continue to learn and educate themselves on the systems and systems change. And is everyone okay with continuing the activity? Yes, I see head shakes. Great. It is currently funded at 25,000 for the year. Do we want to maintain that same level of funding of 25,000 for next fiscal year?
This is Mitch. I would recommend that we maintain that funding at 25,000.
Everybody in agreement? Okay, I see thumbs up.
Great.
Thank you.
Activity 1.2.2 is providing information and support for people to be able to join cross-disability and culturally diverse coalitions and advisory bodies. We have this in our plan every year. An activity like this is required from ACL. They require that we have something like this in our plan. So we do have to keep it. It is unfunded. Activity 1.2.3 is support council members in participation in council meetings and other functions. If you'll remember, as I mentioned at the very beginning, when I talked about the feedback that we got on our state plan, that was one that ACL pointed out and said, take it out of your plan. And again, that's just because it should just be an internal function to the council. So we don't need to have it in our plan. Where are we at? 1.2.4 is support council members' participation in training and educational opportunities. This is national trainings. And we recommend continuing that activity. This just allows typically for our chair and sometimes another council member to attend a national training during the year.
Christy, we see your hand, you recognize.
Yes, with the amount of 7,000, I know training can be very expensive. Has this amount been feasible in the past year, or do we need to increase it?
Well, for the past couple of years, everything has been virtual, so it's been fine. I don't think that it was ever a higher amount in previous plans.
Okay.
So I think that it's fine. It certainly doesn't allow for every council member to go to training, but it will get our chair there.
Okay.
Mitch has
Go ahead, Mitch, you're recognized.
Amy, do you know what type of cost this money pays for? Is it mostly the cost for virtual training, registration fees, travel costs? What exactly is the $7,000 used for?
It's used for all of that. So if it's an in-person training out of state, it would pay for the travel costs of the registration, the hotel. If it's hybrid or virtual trainings, it covers registration costs. It just covers related to that.
If there were some sort of training for council members that was highly recommended that everybody participate in, if they could, would this $7,000 cost cover the cost for everyone to participate?
Not if it's an in-person training.
Right. I mean, you certainly don't want to have someone be excluded from an opportunity to train simply because, there may not be enough money budgeted to allow every. I think that that if we're going to say this money is for council members to participate in training opportunities, then we need to make sure that the budget is included to allow everybody to participate. Because you can't say, oh, well, we're only going to let half the council members participate in this activity because we don't have enough money to pay for everybody to go. So if you're going to provide training opportunities for council members, then you need to make sure that it's budgeted enough to allow everyone to participate if they choose to. So I would recommend that we increase the budget for that cost.
To what amount?
Well, that's kind of hard to say, but maybe I don't know. it's kind of hard to say, you know, if you're saying that the $7,000 probably wouldn't cover the cost for everyone to participate if they chose to, let's just raise it to, can we do 15,000 for that?
What are you decreasing?
To my understanding, Mitch, if we do a budget increase, we'll have to look at offsetting the cost somewhere else. Is that correct?
Oh, we would?
Well, it depends on how you allocate everything else.
For the
So,
allocations?
yeah, so for right now, you're fine.
Okay,
Right now, you're fine.
okay.
Okay. I'll just make the change on here now, but if you guys decide to change it back, we can always do that.
Is that the consensus of the other council members as well? Okay, I see thumbs up. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Rashad.
And that is it for goal 1. So now we can move on to goal 2.
All right.
Goal 2 centers around community living and supports. Our activity 2.1.1 is provide information and financial support to coordinate rapid response during a natural disaster or state of emergency for individuals with the most severe disabilities and medical conditions. Staff recommend discontinuing this activity for the next fiscal year's plan. This activity is a direct service, which the DD Council is really not allowed to do. And it would have to be, for us to be able to do it, it would have to be an activity that becomes self-sustaining in the future. This particular program and activity does not look like it is. Additionally, we have had a lot of problems with spending the funding over, this was an activity in last year's plan and it's a current activity now. There are a lot of prohibitions to the money being spent and a lot of rules that follow it. So it's been difficult for the contractor to spend the funds. So all of those things taken together, it's just not a great activity to continue. So we recommend discontinuing it for next year.
Any objections?
You want to add anything, Brenton?
Yeah, no, it was, everything Amy said was true. I was just gonna add, I don't remember off the top of my head the bill number, but there is a bill this year going through session that would potentially create a fund that maybe MDAC, which I don't know if I can remember their acronym, but Emergency Management Disability Coalition or something of that nature. I do think that it might have some funds that they might be able to tap into. So that's always another opportunity out there that folks might be able to utilize. And also at $10,000, even if we had the potential of spending that, it certainly would not last very long if we didn't have so many hurdles to jump over to utilize those funds.
Does anybody have any questions? I know that the intent of this was to help families during a disaster situation. It's just unfortunate that due to the limitations and the prohibitions that we've run into, the contractor just hasn't been able to spend the money. And I know the intent of the council was to help people during those disasters, but it's just, unfortunately, we just haven't been able to do what this activity was intended to do.
Okay.
All right.
So is everybody in consensus that we discontinue this one?
This is Mitch. I recommend that we discontinue.
Okay.
Christy, I saw your thumbs up. Vivian and Cheney. Okay.
Okay, she thumbs up, yeah.
Cheney, I saw your thumbs up.
Okay. So we'll move on to activity 2.1.2. Okay, 2.1.2 and 2.1.3 we're kind of gonna look at them together. 2.1.2 is advocate for adequate funding for waiver services. 2.1.3 is overseeing the implementation of the community and family support system plan and advocate for adequate funding, the expansion of services and consistent implementation of policy across regions,
I can let you.
including, if necessary, changes in law and or contracts with local governing entities. Our staff recommendation is that we combine those two activities together because they are basically focused on the same thing. So if we change the wording around a little bit, and do you have what we had talked about changing the wording to?
So it would be over, so if we combined 2.1.2 and 2.1.3, it would be oversee implementation of the community and family support system plan and advocate for adequate funding, the expansion of home and community-based services, which would encompass waiver services, and then the rest of that 2.1.3, just the expansion of waivers, home and community-based services, and consistent implementation of policy across regions, including, if necessary, changes in law and our contracts with local governing entities. So we would basically, I would say, move this language. Should track the changes, but so this will be the new goal for, our new activity for 2.1.2. If we combine both of those.
Any thoughts?
I'm okay with the changes. Rashad, this is Mitch. It makes sense to combine those two. So I'm okay with the wording on that.
Anyone else? Thumbs up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, keep going. I'm just
Okay.
adding that other thing and I'm gonna scratch it out. So
Okay,
don't worry.
so activity 2.1.4 is advocate for utilization of the Row 50 pilot and other opportunities to transition out of institutional settings. The Row 50 pilot, for people who don't know, was created a number of years ago, and it was OCDD's attempt. They were going to find 50 people who were currently in institutional settings, offer them a row waiver, help them transition out into the community with that waiver. They ran into a lot of problems with it. They were never actually able to get 50 people to participate and complete. So the pilot is pretty much defunct. They never completed the pilot. They don't have any reason to believe that it will be completed. So for that reason, we recommend discontinuing the activity. The pilot doesn't really exist anymore. And like we talked about earlier, there are transitional coordinators. There are the opportunities still exist for people to transition out. The quality of that service we can't attest to, but the resources are there. And the Row 50 pilot doesn't really exist anymore. So it's our recommendation to scratch that activity as well.
Mitch, I see your hand, you're recognized.
Amy, who was funding this road pilot program?
It was all, I mean, it was all done within OCDD, so the LDH was funding it.
Do you have, they say, it's hard for me to believe that they couldn't find 50 people that would be willing to transition.
Yeah, I mean, what I was told in conversations with OCDD was that they did reach out to people and gave them the opportunity to move out. There were a lot of people who didn't want to leave the level of care that they knew and were comfortable with for something that seemed scary.
Were these individuals in ICS and were these individuals with developmental disabilities only?
Yes.
Wow.
You also had a lot of the row slots that were filled when they transitioned folks over from the community choices waiver that had a developmental disability. They brought them over to a row waiver. So a lot of the slots were filled there, which, I mean, to some extent gave them less to work with in the pilot that they were looking at.
No. Oh,
So you said that the program doesn't exist anymore. Is that right, Amy?
That pilot program doesn't exist anymore. People can still transition out
With a row waiver?
with a row waiver, but but that pilot program doesn't really exist anymore.
Do you know, just briefly, what the difference between the row and the CCW might be? Is it just services, the types of services? Or is there more transitional supports built into a row waiver, or what exactly do you know?
More hours, more money financially, like they can allocate.
Speak up so they can.
Yeah, just.
You have more hours that you can utilize PCA services, and you can also use some of the financial, because with the row waiver, you also have the option to use some of the finances to make changes in the home and do things like that. So they have more of an option to do different things versus CCW is just in-home supports. And you only get, I think you get up to 32 hours a week or something like that with CCW, I believe.
I
So
can't remember.
yeah, I think it's like 32 hours a
It
week.
wasn't very much, yeah. And with CCW, yeah, like Rakisha is saying, and for those of you who haven't met Rakisha, she's our new program monitor. She's right where in the CCW waiver, there is no budget for home modifications. And so there's just more opportunities to get those types of services. Mitch, like you were saying, it's just like a services difference in the row waiver, and really with the now waiver too. A lot of individuals that are transitioning, the row isn't an appropriate, it's not going to offer the services that they need because they're coming from a place where they're receiving 24-hour care. And sometimes the row isn't an appropriate waiver for them.
Yeah.
They would need the new opportunities waiver.
Like once the money is used, it's done for the year. So you don't have anything left. So it's more than CCW, but it's less than what a now would offer,
Right.
basically.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? So we in agreement and discontinue this activity. What are the thoughts?
I'm okay with discontinuing the activity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rich. General consensus, I see thumbs up. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if we go to 2.1.5. That is advocate for waivers to provide access to services listed in the freedom of choice provider listing, continue exemptions and flexibilities initiated with COVID-19, and consider individualized emergency preparedness considerations for people with severe disabilities and medical issues. So we had a few recommendations for this particular activity. We thought that adding the first portion of the activity, the part where it says advocate for waivers to provide access to services listed in the freedom of choice, would also fall under 2.1.2. So where we've added those activities together, 2.1.2, 2.1.3, we think the first part of 2.1.5 can also be added to 2.1.2. Because it all encompasses, the community and family support system plan and advocating for adequate funding and the expansion of home and community-based services, that would all, what's in the first part of 2.1.5 would fall under that as well, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, and I agree. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll add that portion to 2.1.2. Okay, and as far as the continuing the exemptions and flexibilities initiated in COVID-19, those were the Appendix K exceptions that OCDD actually had stakeholder meetings for. I think they were the last part of last year, maybe in November, December, where they focused on the exemption for either your parent or your caregiver being paid. What were the other exceptions? Exceeding the 16-hour rule.
And virtual remote supports.
Right.
And virtual
Visits.
for like support coordination. So those three things in the COVID exceptions, they are changing the rules to get those things added. So we didn't think that continuing that particular part of the activity was necessary because OCDD has already addressed it.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So that was the recommendation for that. And then we recommend continuing the last portion of the activity, considering individualized emergency preparedness considerations for people with severe disabilities and medical issues, but we need more guidance on how to accomplish that particular part of this activity. Before I strike through the second part, is everybody in agreement with discontinuing the portion about the exemptions and flexibilities initiated with COVID-19, since OCDD has already addressed it? Okay. Okay, so that leaves us to the last portion of this activity. And if you guys can maybe come up with some ideas or just some guidance on how we can accomplish the last portion of the activity, that will be very helpful.
Anybody know what are some of the current things that are being done to accomplish this activity?
I mean, currently support coordinators, they have to have an individualized emergency preparedness plan for each individual that they're providing the support coordination for. Now, whether or not those plans go into detail, I think that it pretty much covers like, what's your plan if you have to evacuate? Where would you go? Who would you go with?
Telephone number, address.
Yeah, telephone numbers, addresses, and is that
Emergency
it?
contacts.
Yeah, an emergency contact number, phone numbers, but that's about it. It doesn't go into any more detail than that. So I don't know if we want to focus there. And that's just through support coordination. I'm not sure what other agencies or entities do as far as individualized emergency prepared plans, but that's just with the support coordinators.
And we did have a contractor do a training for support coordinators last year at the request of OCDD. But again, if you look at turnover, I mean, how many of the folks that actually participated in that training are still there? I don't know. But that's not, that was something that contractor could do in the initial year. And this year they've moved on to a different type of training, but so that was something that was done last year. But again, that was at the request of the department to provide that sort of training. So I do think the department has realized that it's a need and has tried to take some steps to get training done for folks. I don't know what else.
Yeah, I know, right?
To tackle.
It might be something that we need more feedback from the full council on. I think there's other folks on the full council that would have more insight into this area. I'm not sure what the recommendation should be.
Does anybody else on the committee have any ideas that they want to share?
Yes, what has been done in the past for this? I mean, I know Mitch kind of stated that, but are presently with this.
I mean, historically, the council hasn't really had a lot of activities that deal with emergency preparedness and management.
Okay.
But we have had, we do currently have an activity, or last year we had an activity where a contractor did virtual trainings for the emergency management disability awareness training is what it was. It's a FEMA approved training. And then this year they are doing, they have a couple trainings that they're going to do in person. That's mostly for folks that are in charge of response and disaster prep. And so I don't know that it's gonna, I think if that program is implemented across the state, it would probably trickle down to folks individually, but I don't know if it's gonna focus specifically on an individualized plan for that person as much as the response for all these agencies to make sure that they consider people with disabilities and those access and functional needs in their response plans for their parish or for their regional locale that they're in.
Okay.
But I would imagine if you want to get it into where it's individualized, you have to consider how we get to those people.
That's, yeah, the wording is very minimal. I think it would need to be much broader, maybe, to, like I said, to make an individualized plan. I don't know. That's just my thought.
So where are we with this one? I stepped out.
So everyone agreed to getting rid of some of the wording in the existing activity. We'll just keep that last part. And our question to the committee was, we need some guidance on how to address that. Where do you want us to go with that?
And that's what Mitch said about with the whole council.
Now, keep in mind, so I guess in a week and a half or so, the council will be approving the plan. I highly discourage, but you do what you want, leaving an activity in there if you don't know what to do about it. Because that can create some potential issues when we're reporting out to the feds what we're doing, and we can't say that we're doing anything on an activity that we included in our plan.
Well, that's true.
So that's just my 2 cents there. So if we're kind of stuck in what should you do in this area, we do recommend later on in the process continuing another emergency preparedness type activity. So maybe you consider just going with that one, and this one possibly considering at another opportunity next time when we're planning, if we can come up with something. Maybe try to figure out if there's some rule changes maybe that the department can make when it comes to some of these plans. I don't know if they have it set in there. I'm not that familiar what the rules say, what actually has to be in this plan that sport coordinators are doing with people, but maybe there's some work that can be done to maybe beef up this plan a little bit. Again, doing any sort of training with sport coordination, I do think is probably a good idea. If we can address the turnover part and kind of stabilize that, then I think our investment in training is a good thing. Just more for you to consider. There you go.
Thoughts?
Well, I mean, I guess to kind of give you guys some insight with sport coordination, they're required to do a new one every year, and turn it in annually to LGE, for the plan of care. And they're also supposed to go over it once a quarter during their month, their quarterly meetings to make sure everything that's on that plan is still up to date. So, I mean, sport coordination is going over it, so.
Yeah, I think what Brenton was mentioning is if it could get beefed up where they're asking specific things. And to me, I don't know how much more specific they could get, because it's like, where are you planning to go? Who are you going with? Like, what are you planning to bring with you even? Because I think it even asks about like medications, making sure that you have the things that you need. And there's a plan for that stuff to go with you as well. So I don't know how else we can beef it up.
Quarterly sounds good, except during hurricane season, and then maybe monthly is the route.
Right.
Or even more often than that. I'm not certain. And then are we pretty certain these things happen quarterly? I don't know. And then when you're rewriting the plan annually, odds are the sport coordinator that wrote it for you last year is not the one that's helping you again this year.
Right.
So consistency would be a problem there. But again, that part of that activity was created a couple years ago when everything was still kind of fresh coming off of Laura and Delta. And so I don't remember the conversations and the specifics about what they were trying to accomplish with that particular activity. So I don't want to say the discussion we're having here is or is not hitting the mark. But it's all relevant in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. But like Brenton mentioned earlier, we will get to an activity where you all are discussing the current emergency preparedness activity that's in the plan that is funded. So I don't know if you want to table this and then maybe come back to it later after we have that discussion. We could do that, or whatever y'all's thoughts are.
I say table it. Let's have some discussion on it and come back to it later.
Okay.
Then you said the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, 2.1.6 is advocate for and collaborate with Louisiana Department of Health on the creation of lists of providers by region to be posted on the council and LVH's website. And then it lists out all the different types of providers that the planning committee that year thought should be included. Our recommendation is that we discontinue this activity. That information exists. If you have a managed care provider, they have a provider list of people that are covered. Medicaid does, Medicare does, all of your private insurances do. And they are responsible for keeping it up to date with the people that they know comes in and out of compliance in their network. There really is no way that we would be able to put that resource together and then maintain it, because providers drop off and come on daily. So it just isn't.
I can concur with that one, because for those who don't know, I work for Healthy Blue. Mitch, I know you know, with the we do the community relations and the marketing. And for one, it is more of our designation as being a managed care organization, MCOs. Amy's right. We have a plan, healthcare plan. We have challenges trying to keep up with our providers because they rotate in and out faster than the sun does on a weekly basis. So yeah, I think that would just put us in a, well, y'all know I got these country analogies. I'm sorry. But, I think that would be in our best interest to go ahead and remove that one and let the liability fall with the MCOs, the managed care organization, and with LDH as opposed to DD Council.
On the, are these lists currently on the DD Council website?
No.
I mean, I think that's part of the problem is you can get the information from so many various places.
Right.
I don't know how we would put that on our website in a consolidated way.
So what are we currently doing to comply with those activities?
So, I mean, the activity just says advocate for that this happens. So the reason why, just a little history, that it's advocate for and collaborate with and not to actually do something.
Right.
Is because when this activity was created, was it last year's planning committee or maybe even the year before that? There was a recognition from the committee at that time that this particular activity was almost impossible to do with the resources that we have to do it.
Sure.
And so the idea was to advocate with the department that the department, LDH, does something like this.
Right.
So there have been conversations in meetings with LDH, like, hey, this is something people wanted. But again, they have lists and they have MCOs that publish this information. And so they don't necessarily see it as something that they need to compile this one list. I mean, if you look there, everybody that's a primary care specialist, I mean, that itself can be pages upon pages long. In one website. Yeah. So it's not going to gain traction or momentum with the department, but that's been the conversations. Like, this is something people would like, something more consolidated, something easier that you can go to and find.
Right. But you're talking about a ton of information.
Right. And then the manpower to keep it up.
Right. No, I totally agree with the recommendation. Yeah, I totally agree with the recommendation that we discontinue this activity for sure.
Thank you, Mitch. Any other thoughts? Any feedback? Anybody in agreement? Okay.
So we're okay with
They're,
that?
they're okay with removing that one.
Okay.
Okay. So that moves us to objective 2.2, and the first activity there is 2.2.1, which is provide financial support to conduct training sessions on first responder tactics, approaches, and resources, and fostering relationships with and dealing with individuals with developmental disabilities, and training for people with developmental disabilities on how to interact with first responders. It is. We have contracted with Interaction Advisory Group to conduct these trainings, which they've been doing virtually for the last year and this year. Britton, do you want to talk a little bit about the contract? And
I think they've been doing great.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing fine. They do 12 trainings a year, and they also try to incorporate some community trainings. So the bulk of the trainings that they do are specific to first responders. So it's not necessarily the general public that's going to come in. It's going to be EMS or police officers or sheriffs or whatever it may be. For the most part, you get more participation from usually police than you do any of the other first responders. But they've had really good turnout for their programs. I think last year they had trained over 600 people. And this year, also this contractor, they really believe in their training and they want to get more of it out there. So in addition to the trainings that we pay them to do, they also offer in-kind trainings that they don't bill the council for. Majority of the trainings, you get a large presence from up in Northwest Louisiana. They've been really interested in the program. If I'm not mistaken, if not all, most of the school resource officers up in the Shreveport-Bossier area have even gone through the training. So there's definitely a lot of traction up there. We did have some trainings that were supposed to happen in the southern part of the state as well. I think they were trying to target some of the river parishes, and that was right before the hurricane came through. So they haven't been able to really get them back on board yet, but they're always working on that. And then so typically the trainer, he is actually a former law enforcement. He also has a child with a disability. And so that's kind of what has sparked his interest in wanting to do these trainings and starting up that agency. And so he always has and makes sure that he has a self-advocate with him in all of his trainings to be able to get that perspective as well. And then the community events are open to anybody that wanted to attend, and they just talk about different resources in the area. I know they had one earlier, I guess it was last month, March, that they partnered with the FHF Center. It might have been up in Region 7 as well in Shreveport area, just to let folks know about interactions with law enforcement, emergency management, things that you could say, don't say, things that it might be helpful to keep it on hand, different resources that are available in your area. I don't think it was last training, but it was the training before that. They actually had a lady attend that was taking care of her grandson that actually never even knew about waivers or never even knew about resources in the area. So going to training to talk about interactions with law enforcement, she ended up going to her LGE to apply for waiver services. So they try to capture a lot of different areas. And they're certainly willing to continue trainings throughout the state if we're willing to contract with them.
Well, I think it's a fantastic activity and it's so beneficial and so needed. And I've had the opportunity to participate with some of those trainings in the past in North Louisiana with police officers, and the feedback I get just from being there and talking about other services and supports in the community for people, it's fantastic. And I think we definitely need to continue with this activity.
Did they respond about additional funding?
No, so I sent them an email yesterday asking if they wanted any additional funds in addition to the 50,000. I have not heard back. I'm not surprised though, because I was only able to send that yesterday. But in the past, they have expressed interest in increasing the amount of funding that they receive. I just can't say how much money is going to get you this many additional trainings or anything like that. But I would imagine
What are some of the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, whatever you got, Mitch,
I was just gonna say, what are some of the examples of the cost of what are they using the funds for exactly? I mean, have they said they've run out of funding in the past or?
No, they have a set rate every month. And so that involves the planning, the registration, their time, the development of content. So, I mean, everything that it takes that goes into these trainings is what you're paying them to actually do.
And like you said, this is all statewide, right? In every region?
Correct. Yeah. It's not set up in a particular place. So for instance, I had mentioned they were trying to do something with St. Charles Parish, but it's not just for St. Charles Parish. Anybody can attend from surrounding areas or throughout the state.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you hear back from them, then, let us know. And I'm not opposed to increasing the funding if it's needed, truly needed, because it's such a good program and the participation's been good. And I think it's something that's so needed.
Yeah, they're currently funded at 50,000. And like Brenton said, they've been doing some in-kind trainings that they don't even charge us for because the need is there.
Oh,
So that
absolutely.
tells me that they definitely could use an increase in funds and get it spent. They spend all of that 50,000.
So do we want to go ahead and just make the recommendation to increase the funding now as opposed to waiting to hear back from them, Brenton?
I mean, you certainly can. Yeah.
So any idea of what kind of additional costs they might have and, kind of a range of what they might need to expand or continue what they're doing?
I would imagine at least 25,000.
I was thinking the same thing.
I'm sorry?
You had to talk loud.
Well, I was kind of just whispering it to Brenton.
I was actually thinking about maybe moving it up to 75, adding about 25,000 because, even when you think about the inflation, for them to make the travels, depending on where they're coming from.
Right. No, I agree with that for sure. The inflation alone is a reason enough to make a recommendation to increase funding.
Yeah, my concern with that is it just as an individual with a disability and a parent of a son that's nonverbal autism, I want as many people knowledgeable about how to interact.
Absolutely.
So, I'm definitely in favor of this one.
Well,
I'll let you make a recommendation on it.
Yeah.
I'll make the recommendation that we increase the funding to $75,000, Mr. Chairman.
Whenever we were getting ready to start fiscal year 22, so back in October, well, this was September, whenever I talked to them, they had looked at adding an additional 2,600 a month to what was already provided. So we were going to give them 50. They wanted to add an extra 2,610 to be exact, which would be an extra $31,320. And that was going to allow them to double the amount of virtual trainings that they were doing.
Okay.
Now, I would not expect it to go down exactly like that, because now that we could do things in person, I would suspect that there's going to be some travel expenses. So they may not be able to double their output with the additional funds that you give them. But I do think that we could see, a lot more than 12 trainings that would occur around the state. And a lot of times when they offer one of those trainings, that's when they try to piggyback off of one of those community events that they do. So they're not having to look at coming out here twice to do one of those things.
Do you know to what extent they advertise these trainings to the public?
It's my understanding they send, we advertise it on our end.
Right.
They have like different stakeholder groups. They've tried to go through in the state and just figure out all right, all the FHF centers, any of the support groups that might be out there, any autism groups, they have different groups for Down syndrome, all that. They try to figure out all those and advertise in those areas. Specific for first responders, they try to send information out to all the police departments, sheriff's departments, fire departments, just to make sure that the information gets out there. But usually we try to rely on ourselves and the FHF centers to really push out information when they have those community events.
Okay, well, I'll make the recommendation that we increase the funding to 80,000.
Thank you, Mitch. Any other thoughts, feedback, agreement, disagreement? I see thumbs up with Christy, Chiney,
Vivian types for
and Vivian. Gotcha, I agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Activity 2.2.2 is provide financial support to establish a training program on emergency preparedness and response relative to people with developmental disabilities. This is the contract that we have with Niagara University. This is the second year of the contract that we are currently in. Staff recommend continuing this activity for fiscal year 23 and potentially increasing the funding. This is Brenton's contract again, if you want to, if you have anything to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is one kind of like IAG. I came in on the back end of it, so I'm still trying to learn it as well. But basically last year they offered a lot of virtual trainings pretty much for anyone that was involved in emergency planning. Kind of similar to what I had talked about for one of the other activities that we were discussing. They're looking at the folks that are responsible for emergency planning. So they're looking at those disaster coordinators that are within each parish or region or that might be involved, like at the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. These folks, they started up this program in New York. It's a FEMA certified training program. They contract with quite a few other DD councils. They have really great turnout, at least with the virtual trainings that they had last year. There was no other state, my understanding anyway, that produced the numbers and trainings that ours did. We had a lot more people participate in the trainings here than other states. It did take a little while to get started up. There were some concerns from some people about, this group being from out of state and having to come out here to tell us how to do things. But again, what they're doing is not something that's typically happening here in Louisiana. It's not a FEMA certified training. And everybody is kind of doing what they want to do and doing it differently. So the idea is to bring the folks to the table to get them trained on this program. So everybody's kind of on the same page. This year they would start their in-person trainings. And so we had funded them at $20,000. And so that gets you about 2 trainings. Because again, these folks have to come in from out of state. We have to get a place for them to train and host the people. So it costs about $10,000 or so for each training for them to come down here. And there is a training component in the in-person training that actually the people that are participating in this training that come out and they end up, let's see, I don't want to say the wrong name. They become inclusive planning and active participation specialist, I think is the title. There's a reporting component that they have to do once this program is over. Not the program, once the training is over, where they actually report back out what they're doing and the changes that they're making in their particular areas and how it's improving their emergency response and preparedness out there. So this is something that the contractor is really passionate about and would like to see additional funding. For reference, in the state of New York, they did 20 in-person trainings. This year, Nebraska has been working with them and they've done 8 and we've only funded 2. And so we're looking at the possibility, and when you're considering an in-person training event, they have a cap of about 35 people that they can take. So they're going to be able to do one in New Orleans. There's a lot of folks around that area, which makes sense, that are really interested in getting this training down there. So they're doing one in New Orleans and they're going to shoot to try to get another one done somewhere in the mid or northern half of the state. But again, that's only 2. So if you think of roughly about $10,000 per training, you can increase the number of trainings that happen in the state in the upcoming fiscal year, if that's something you would be interested in. And their trainings are like 2 components. So you have a 2-day piece, which is pretty much those people that are responsible for the planning for their particular area. And then you have a half-day component, which is the last half of the second day, which is pretty much open to anybody that would like just more information and kind of understand the processes.
So it looks like they currently have 3 trainings already scheduled. Is that right, Brendan?
They have 1 training scheduled. There will be another one. In the status document that you're looking at, they did 3 virtual trainings at the very beginning of this fiscal year.
Okay, these have already been done. Yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah, those have been done. Those, I don't know, one of the many hurricanes, I think it was Ida. We had to cancel those, so they just did them at the first of this fiscal year.
How many trainings for the upcoming year do they realistically have the capacity to do in Louisiana?
I don't know exactly how many they can do. I mean, they've done 8 in Nebraska, but I would imagine if we were able to give them what I had asked them was if we increase this to $50,000, can they continue with 3 additional trainings and the 2, so 5 trainings essentially.
Right.
They said that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
But this is what they do. I mean, he just travels constantly and he does these trainings and gets these things set up.
Have you had a chance to participate in the training or sit in on one of them, Brent?
Not the in-person training, because those haven't happened yet.
I see.
Yeah, and so this whole initiative, when the proposal came in from Niagara, it was set up to be a 2 to 3 year initiative. The first year was just that virtual component where they kind of, well, it was virtual for us. They do those in person as well, which was for anybody and everybody. That just introduces the importance of having a plan, emergency preparedness, how to make sure, like kind of the rules and regs that FEMA has about keeping people with disabilities. And also, I think they refer to them as access and functional needs. And just, they also go into a lot of the lawsuits and lessons learned that other areas have experienced based on emergency planning failures, if you will. And so that's a lot of information that they cover. And they did some of that in their virtual component, but it was a lot more brief. I think it was only maybe a couple hours per training. And so this would be more in-depth in the second year if you attend in person. You actually get a program manual that gives you a lot of the do's and don'ts and how-tos. And they just spend a lot more time actually teaching you how to implement this program as opposed to the crash course that they were doing.
Would these 5 trainings all be in person?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would make a recommendation that we continue this activity, increase the funding to $50,000 to allow them to at least do 5 trainings in the state. That would be my recommendation.
We have a recommendation. What are the thoughts of the other council members? Agreement, disagreement? Okay. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, council members.
Okay. That moves us to 2.2.3, which is publicized healthcare provider continuing education opportunities. What the council had been doing for this activity is basically promoting some modules that the LSU Human Development Center had put together. That was training modules where people could receive CEUs. Those modules are now outdated and individuals can no longer receive the CEUs for those. So we recommend discontinuing this activity at this time. And perhaps in the future, maybe looking towards partnering with LSU HDC to see about updating those modules.
Any thoughts? An agreement?
I agree.
All All right, see thumbs up, Christy, Vivian, and China. All right, thank you very much for your feedback.
Activity 2.2.4 is advocate for increased meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input. This probably sounds familiar. We have one like this under every goal. We recommend continuing that activity for fiscal year 23.
This Mitch, I agree.
On 2.3. Okay, objective 2.3 is her targeted disparity. The ACL, the Administration for Community Living feedback that we got on our targeted disparity was basically that this objective and activity is not a targeted disparity to meet the requirements because other individuals outside of the disability community also experience these same difficulties. It's also not a targeted subgroup. So for a targeted disparity, for one thing, we have to address an unmet need of a subgroup of people with developmental disabilities. And our current targeted disparity is basically is for all people with developmental disabilities. So it definitely has to be narrowed down to a subgroup within people with developmental disabilities to be a targeted disparity. The other issue that we have is the targeted disparity currently is about housing. Although we can certainly say that affordable, accessible housing is difficult for people with developmental disabilities to obtain, we can also say that across the state, that's difficult for all people of low to moderate income, for sure. And so it's also difficult to make the argument that our current objective is truly a targeted disparity. So I believe that, Ebony, you sent out some information on potential targeted disparities, things that
That if you look in the staff recommendations for this particular activity, I listed some examples of like targeted disparities that were used, I think, in maybe other states, state plans. So examples would include Latino and Hispanic, African American, Native American, Asian, Chinese, non-English speaking, women, Pacific Islanders, youth, parents with disabilities, Arab Americans, the LGBTQ plus community, 3 to 5 year olds, 18 to 22 year olds, school age children, immigrant minority, and Down syndrome and aging. So those would all be examples of targeted disparities. If that kind of helps you guys.
So this one is tricky because we are talking about completely reworking an objective. And basically picking a completely different subpopulation of people to focus on their unmet needs, identifying what that unmet need is and how we're going to address it.
Thank you. Christy, you're recognized.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, are we gonna change the housing objective to something else, still targeting that disparity? Or are we gonna leave it with housing and target another population?
That is ultimately up to the committee to decide. My
Okay.
suggestion is that we target something other than housing.
Mhm.
Mainly because you still kind of run into the problem of, this is a problem that a lot of people encounter, not just people with developmental disabilities.
Mhm. Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other committee member thoughts? So,
And I will say that like, we as staff kind of thought about, what could potentially make a good targeted disparity. We didn't really come up with anything definitive. I don't know if anybody's had any ideas since. I had one potential idea, but it is literally just one potential idea.
Well, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
And a whole host
Christie
of
has her
ideas.
hand raised, too.
Oh, Christy has her hand raised.
I wanted to ask, I recently had one of my students who fit into this population. And I know, one of their issues was, school clothing. I mean, I know that's very small, but just because they were homeless for about a couple of months, having, they didn't want to come to school, even though we were able to wash clothes for them. I know that was having the uniforms available, even though we were giving uniforms. We're still at a disadvantage in that as well, than not having the correct school uniform. I know that was one thing. So just a thought too.
and what was your thought, Amy?
My thought that was one thing we could potentially focus on as the targeted disparity would be women with developmental disabilities. And looking at improving, looking at health. One thing that's in the legislative, that's going through the legislative session right now is LDH is proposing to create an Office of Women's Health within LDH. So if that goes through, we could kind of run concurrent with that and work with them on perhaps developing plain language brochures on women's health issues, or whatever type of outreach that they do, work with them on making sure that it is targeting, that they focus on women with developmental disabilities and their health needs, and that their brochures, their outreach materials are appropriate, and, help them get the word out as needed.
Okay. I like that one.
That's a great idea, Amy. But you can make the argument that all of these subgroups or have a targeted disparity in some regard or another, for sure. I mean, you could pick any one of these subgroups and say, well, I could go on and on about the disparity for a lot of these subgroups in regards to affordable, accessible housing, because it's such, like I said, we're in such a housing crisis in North Louisiana. But if we have to pick a targeted subgroup here, again, you could pick any one, but I like your idea, particularly with the LDH potentially creating, what'd you say, was it going to be a department? What did you say?
Yeah.
Women's health.
An Office of Women's Health.
Office of Women's Health.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That could certainly something that we could get behind.
Okay, Christy, I see your hand. You're recognized.
Yes, in regards to that, at the high school level, the regular ed students are taught about sexual education, but students with special needs are not. And many of those go on to have children who the children end up being cared for by the grandparents or parents. They're not giving, that education.
Wow.
So I think that would fit in a lot with the women,
Yes.
with the, and giving them that choice, like, if you do consider, having a baby or taking care of yourself during that situation, here are the circumstances that you have and the things that are available, but because many of them don't know what to do in that situation. It's a hush topic. But many of our kids, once they are 18 or 19, drop out of school because they become pregnant. So, and the ones with disabilities, the higher functioning ones.
Christy, do you know why that sex education is not being taught to those students with?
It's not in our curriculum.
But it is for everyone else?
I don't know. I don't think so. Well, it's part of their biology course. So they do talk about sexual reproduction, but the students with disabilities, we don't get any of that specific type of stuff.
Wow.
No,
I did not know that.
no. So I think that would be something that we could consider.
Absolutely.
Adults.
Thoughts?
So Amy, you were thinking like it would include pregnancy related, like
Well, women's
women.
health is so broad, so it
Yeah.
could.
Mhm.
And just more like training them or giving them the background. They don't have the background knowledge. They don't like going to the doctors. So if they were expecting, they're not gonna probably go to the doctor, you know, which can be complicated in itself. So I don't know, it's just something to consider.
That's a really good suggestion.
Yes, it is.
Especially women who are pregnant don't even always get the support that they need.
Yes.
At work or school or
Mhm.
wherever, especially I would imagine it would be compounded if you had a disability.
Yes.
Well, not only
And
that,
being pregnant with COVID-19 right now too.
I saw a
Mhm.
comment, how do we
Like
represent?
that overlaps it as well. Being pregnant with
Yes.
19 is very difficult.
I still think there's somewhat of a stigma that, young people with developmental disabilities are not going to be sexual human beings
Yes.
and that they're not going to
Yes.
experience those types of things. So there's no need to
Mhm.
educate them on
Yes.
prevention and, unwanted pregnancy and
Mhm.
sexually transmitted diseases, which is just
Mhm.
absurd in today's.
Well, even the male students as well, I think the teachers need to be educated too, because many of our students are high school age, 18, 19, 20, 21, and they're now discovering themselves. And so they're fussed at for touching, or, it's an inappropriate way, but yet, I can't tell another teacher that that's not the correct way to discuss it. So I think it really needs to be open. And us talked about this such taboo subject with children, students who have disabilities. It's not a taboo subject. Everybody else has to deal with it, but it's not talked about in the schools at all.
Right. Brenton and I were just discussing, we used to have an activity on sexual education for people with disabilities, but it's more geared towards adults.
Yes.
So that could fall under.
Yeah, so we contracted for 3 or 4 years with Team Dynamics, and they focused on just sexual health, healthy relationships, just kind of all the topics you're hitting on. For various reasons, it did not cover minors, one of which was, if your parent would be in the room to have some of these conversations, you'd be less likely to share.
Well, we could also have get them to sign a waiver and do it through the school during the school day, if that would be possible. They ask the regular kids to sign a waiver to talk about it at school.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to
Yeah.
figure out the cost if you went that route for students in particular. You also are looking at a curriculum that the school provides. This would be something that's not necessarily through the schools. You'd be asking for a provider not affiliated with the school to come out and have these conversations. So I think that could get tricky trying to bring something like that into schools, but that's certainly not my area of expertise by any means.
Mine either. But I'm just giving you the information that it's not discussed at all.
Yeah, and from that initiative we did, there were very few people that had any sort of education prior to going through that initiative, which it was a very successful initiative. I mean, hundreds of people throughout the years were trained, as well as their caregivers. So it is definitely a need area. I do know it gets a little wonky when we start talking about minors, and
Yes.
if you throw in going to schools, that would be interesting.
Mhm.
Touchy subject, yeah. Vivian also had a comment that I just want to read. She says, I think that needs to be changed. Special education students should be getting the same chance of education as other students and have the same opportunities.
I agree.
Thank you for that, Vivian.
Okay, so from there, I think we look at changing our objective 2.3. And if y'all could help with wording, that'd be awesome. But we'd be looking at changing to, instead of our focus being on housing, our focus is on health issues for women with developmental disabilities.
Mhm. And when we say women, I'm sorry, just the wording, when you think of women, you think of those older than 18, just as a thought. Can we put maybe women to include minors? I don't know. I don't know how else we could word it besides saying women.
I mean, if you do it as women and their families.
There we go.
Be a
Yeah.
parent that is getting information on behalf of.
Okay, there we go. Okay,
Vivian said females maybe.
Females.
Yeah.
females.
Well, in the school system, Christy, what is the age
Identifying.
of the students that are actually receiving this type of education? Is it younger than the age of 18?
It's 16 and 17, yes.
16 and 17-year-olds that these are kids that are not in the special education classrooms.
Mhm.
They're
Yes,
getting this type of education about sexual reproduction and sexually
Yes.
transmitted diseases. But you're saying that the kids with the developmental disabilities,
we don't get that.
the same age group, are not getting that type of education.
Correct.
See, that's what we need to focus on. It doesn't necessarily it needs to include both men and women, but
Mm-hmm.
I see where Amy was going with how we could incorporate it in what LDH is doing. But like Brenton said, it could be women and their families.
Mm-hmm.
So I can read Indiana's targeted disparity, which is along these lines, if that's something y'all would be interested in.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I can read, Indiana has a targeted disparity similar to what we're talking about. I don't know if you want to hear that
Yes.
just to, what, Britton?
I was just wondering were you trying to include all the targeted disparities that you talked about, or were you just focusing on women's health? Are you trying to do the sexual education stuff? I was unclear as to which targeted disparity you were looking at.
I was thinking if I read this, it might
Gotcha.
guide them or give them an idea where to go.
Okay.
So identify at least 4 barriers to women's health care, including preventative screening and healthcare access for women who have disabilities, and develop recommendations to address disparities through outreach, education, and changes to policies and practices. So that's just an idea. They were really specific. It was women's healthcare, women with disabilities, and they wanted 4 barriers. And then they were going to address that through outreach, education, and it sounds like possibly legislatively. So that's just an idea or some language to see how another state did it.
So I think we need to talk about the objective first, because that sounds like the activity. And so we need to look at the objective level first before we get to the activity. So I think the wording is gonna have to be something similar to what you all had before, but it would address women's health instead. So maybe women with developmental disabilities and their families will have whatever you guys are thinking as far as like women's health. And I can start it if you want me to.
Yeah, start it. Get us something going and we can build on it.
Okay. So women with developmental disabilities and their families, or did y'all want to say females? I mean, I don't know, because are we talking about just women? Like
Well, that's-
Christy's point was like, women would be like 18 and older. Are we trying to target younger females?
I think
Or-
I think we should.
Yeah, I think change it to females,
Okay.
and then that leaves it open to all, all
Right.
ages, basically.
And that's what Vivian was saying, in the comments. She was just saying women would include 18 plus. So do we want to include minors? So if we change it to females, that would include minors.
That's a good generalization.
Mhm. So I started it. So females with developmental disabilities and their families will have, what are you guys thinking?
Well, can we target the schools, the school system like Christy is saying? Because if we're going to get away from the objective being about housing, and now the objective is being more about sexual education and women's health, can we say something along the lines that we want to do this in the school systems to make sure that those youth are getting that aren't getting the education they need about, sexual health and overall health, that they have the same opportunities as other students to get that education? Is that something you know what I'm saying? Is that along the lines?
So just a couple things to kind of keep in mind. Your objective is going to be your broader goal, and that objective won't change it won't change again until we do another 5-year plan.
Right.
So then every year, your activity for that can change and could
Right.
focus a little bit differently. So your objective could be very targeted to, just females of school age in sexual education.
Mhm.
That's really going to restrict what you can do for the next 3 years. Or you can keep it a little bit broader by saying something more along the lines of females with developmental disabilities and their families will have.
Vivian's suggestion was access to feminine health care and sexual education.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that.
sexual reproductive health services and education. Can
Yeah.
we do that?
Okay, wait a minute, we'll have access
To sexual reproductive health services and education. How about that?
Yeah, because she said feminine health care, so I would.
So that's fine. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But you are restricting yourself.
I
You're
see.
restricting the council to just sexual reproductive health
Okay.
services.
Well, can you add like help
Next few years.
the overall healthcare in that sentence to where it kind of broadens it? Let me see.
Let's see. So access to sexual reproductive health services. And
We can put
education regarding.
appropriate healthcare, which may include,
Sexual reproductive health.
yes,
Yeah.
but not limited to.
We could barriers to women's healthcare, including reproductive health, or to include reproductive health.
Would reproductive health include sex education
Yeah, you'd have to add the
and prevention? Like or sexual education that talks all about unwanted pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases and all those same things that other students in the school are getting
Yeah.
educated on, that these kids are not getting educated
Yeah.
on.
Will have access to appropriate health services and education regarding topics related to.
to sexual and reproductive health.
I'm sorry.
And along with education
Related to.
related to, anyone? Yeah.
Wait, so is this the wording you wanted? Okay, females with developmental disabilities and their families will have access to health services and education regarding topics related but not limited to?
Yes.
Okay,
Just hold on. Mhm.
sexual.
Sexual and reproductive health services and education.
Sure can. Is that good?
Yeah, for the older artists around.
Looking real
Can you
close.
see it, Mitch?
Yeah, would sexual reproductive health services, would that also mean, against sex education? Because those could be kind of unrelated, but just want to make sure that these kids are getting.
Like sex
Yes, I
education,
think
that's what you're
because-
saying, okay.
because you
I think sex education does cover sexual reproductive health,
Mhm.
which could mean, unwanted pregnancy, addressing that, but also addressing sexually transmitted diseases, how to prevent those, and abstinence, and all those various things.
Okay.
And so
Well,
I just want to
let's
make sure we
see.
have the right language in there to
Okay.
include that we.
So do you recommend we take out like the reproductive?
What
part?
if you say sexual and reproductive?
Productive health, yeah, education and or health services.
Yeah, if you just add the and.
Yes.
Sexual and
yeah.
reproductive health services.
Oh my God, I'm so tired.
Education and or health services, yep.
See, females with developmental disabilities and families will have access to health services and education
Mhm.
regarding topics related but not limited to sexual and reproductive health services. and education.
You think that's broad enough? Or you think-
Well, it's super broad right now, because you have it related but not limited to, which means you really could pick any topic.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay, how does everybody feel about that as the objective?
Mhm.
What would it mean, where females with developmental disabilities and their families will have access to health services? What does that mean specifically? Would that mean like going to a doctor and receiving these services, or I want to make sure that they're receiving this training and education within
Okay.
the school system.
But I
So,
think that's when you get into the activity
Yeah,
part.
yes.
yeah,
Okay. So is this broad enough? You think this is broad enough? Or too
Yeah,
broad?
I think this is really broad. I'm a little concerned it might be too broad, but it might be fine.
Well, let's
I
talk
would
about
think
it.
it
Do we
is.
need to narrow it down? Do we need to narrow it down some, or is it? Somebody read it out loud there and see what it
let me
sounds like.
see.
Females with developmental disabilities and their families will have access to health services and education regarding topics related but not limited to sexual and reproductive health services and education.
The end is redundant.
Take off
Yeah.
education right
Yeah,
away.
Take
It
this
does
part
sound-
off.
Yeah,
And then under
Gotcha.
your first education, put
Yeah.
health in front of health services and health education,
Right here,
just to
Mhm.
be clear.
gotcha.
Yeah.
do we want to say at the end of that, within the, well, that's what you said, Brent, that would be more your activities. I just want to make sure that these services are going to be provided to those kids in the school that aren't getting it, because they should be getting it.
Mhm. Let's see.
I mean, I guess this reads that that we're saying we're going to provide we're going to provide access to health services and health education.
I think maybe what we need to do is say they'll have increased access. That way we're not saying we're providing the access.
Right.
We're just going to help increase the access.
Even in the one before, it says increased access. For the housing one, you guys had increased access to safe, affordable, and accessible housing. So yeah, I would say that increased access would probably be more appropriate.
And Brenton, weren't you saying that there's someone already providing this type of training within the school, but it was not, was it in the schools or was it to?
No.
No, they did it in the last 2 years. They went to some ICFs, but they also did it just as a general open to the public training.
Could they be doing it in the schools, or is this the school's responsibility? Because I know the school already has their own sex ed classes. So how can we make sure that the schools that are providing sex education and this type of training and education to other students also provide it to the students with developmental disabilities, or particularly female students with developmental disabilities? How can we make sure that that happens, or at least
I don't know that we can say that we can make sure that it happens.
Okay.
This would be how we would end up with an activity that is an advocate for activity, because the school systems currently provide that sexual health training in whatever format to all of the regular ed kids.
Right.
What we're saying is, well, our kids need that too.
Absolutely.
In an appropriate manner.
Right.
So, but all that we can really do at this point would be to advocate with the Department of Ed to say, we think this is a need. How do we get this met?
Okay, should that be our objective then? Or would that be an
That would be an
activity?
activity.
That would be an
Okay.
activity. That would be an
Okay.
activity.
Okay. Okay.
The education goal.
No, it would fall under this goal because it's directly related to that objective.
Okay.
Now, right. And because our objective still has to do with health, it's still within the right goal.
Okay, gotcha.
Even if it does have a little bit of an education slant to it.
Component.
Everybody's good?
So I think the objective is good. Then we would need to work on the activity for this upcoming year and what activity we would work on. And because it's our first year with that objective, it probably would need to start with activities that have to do with, maybe advocating with the Department of Ed to include these types of educational trainings for those students as well.
And then advocate with the department for materials to be produced specific to DD, I would assume.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to say advocate with that Office of Women's Health, because technically we don't know if that's going to be created yet.
Right.
But you could put the activity where you would do advocacy with the Department of Health to make sure that materials are produced that are specific to the developmental disability population.
Right.
Well, I like all three of those. Let's write them down. Before we forget what we said.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get rid of the activity that is there right now, Mitch, and then we can work on wording for the new
Okay.
activity.
Are we going to take a lunch break or?
Oh, yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We're going to try to get this hammered out, and then I think we're going to break for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna reduce the size just for A second?
Mitch, I was thinking the same thing.
I haven't even taken a bathroom break, so we got to do one and the other of both.
We need to go back to our ground rules.
I had a big cup of coffee right before this. We got started.
Oh, look, see, I know.
Better than I already left the room.
Brandon and I.
Yeah. Okay, so we want to say advocate.
So yeah, one would be advocate with the Department of Education, with the Louisiana Education. To provide appropriate sexual education to
Students with disabilities.
all disabilities, with developmental disabilities.
With female students or like?
I would just say students. Because it's not,
Good point, because your objective focuses on
On
female.
female.
Yeah.
I know.
To female students with developmental disabilities.
Yeah, I think we have to limit it to the
Specific.
Females, okay.
Also, do all schools offer this? Because
Hmm.
my kids aren't at that age group where they would have had this yet, so I'm not sure if all schools have this or if it's just your particular.
I don't
district.
think many around here do.
Well, and that's a good question, Brent. That's what I was wondering. Christie, is it just,
Even I had that in this little school.
is
I
it,
can ask, I can call around here to the different teachers that I know in the various parishes and see if they do or not, or I can take a poll or whatever, and we can see, because I don't think any or many of the parishes do offer that for our students.
Well, yeah, I was in regular ed, but I mean, I had a health education course while I was in high school that talked about sexual education. So I want to say it should be taught in all Louisiana schools, because I remember specifically that class being added for me before, and it was like required that I take it before I graduated. So
But not all, our kids do not go to, most of our kids do not go to regular PE.
Right.
They don't have health.
Yeah.
well,
So-
that's a really good point. I mean, even if the some type of sexual education class is being taught in all the public schools and all the parishes, are the kids with developmental disabilities and special education getting the same or something similar? Like Brendan said, something appropriate to help those kids, as they reach, maturity age and they begin to get curious about sex and those types of things. They need that same information and on some level, that same understanding about prevention.
Yeah. And I know this population is the most taken advantage of.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
we just need to, educate them as well.
You're
So,
absolutely right, Christy. You're absolutely right.
Okay, so is everyone good with activity 2.3.1?
Yes.
Say advocate with the Louisiana Department of Education to provide appropriate sexual education to female students with developmental disabilities.
And the education would include like the materials. I know that we were talking about like materials to give to students, or plain language materials to give to students with disabilities. I mean, with this, I guess this would encompass that. Sexual education would encompass like the materials.
Yes, because when you say appropriate, I mean, it's got to be
Modified, yes,
Accessible.
pictorials, text and pictures,
Yeah.
modified text.
Would it be worth saying to provide appropriate, accessible sexual education?
Yeah, I think accessible could be added, because like I said, most of our kids do not have access to it.
Okay.
Mhm.
I know we have a focus on female students, but I want to make sure that all students, it's equally as important for young men to have the same
Yeah.
education and training.
Right.
But I know we were talking about, the reason we're talking about women is because it's one of our targeted disparities,
Right. Yeah.
targeted disparity groups. Why are not men listed on here?
Because you guys get everything, that's why.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, these are not all the targeted disparities. These are just examples of targeted disparities. So I mean, really, these are examples of targeted disparities. So why can't we include young men in this targeted disparity group? Because these are just examples.
Mhm. Couldn't we put all students with developmental disabilities and their families?
Yes.
So if all that
More than
you,
just
if
students.
all that you want to focus on for your targeted disparity is sexual and reproductive health education,
Mhm.
students with developmental disabilities, then your objective needs to change because it's too broad.
Okay.
What needs to change about the objective exactly?
So instead of females with developmental disabilities and their families, you're now going to target an age group.
Okay.
Children,
Yeah, you're going to say school-aged children, or you're going to say high school-aged children, or you're going to say something to that effect, because you have to bring it down to a subset.
Okay. And I agree with you. And if we did that, and I think we should do that, if we did that, can we still work with LDH in their effort to target women's health with that objective?
We'd have to do a second objective probably.
Right.
For the men or the guys?
Wait, no, maybe not. Hold on.
I mean, if their objectives and ours happen to intersect.
Mhm. Well, if going through with the Department of Ed, they're not going to cater just to women. They're going to have girls and boys. So that first activity should encompass the guys as well. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't do one without the other.
Right.
So they're not going to just do female side. So I think maybe our activity will cover the male side as well with the Department of Ed. We can check and see. So I'm just thinking about it like that. They're not going to take the men out of the equation, you know. So that might be a way to leave it right there, but also incorporate the male students as well into that into that program, that activity.
When
Just a
they
thought.
in regular classes, when they're teaching sex education, these are classes that have both male and females in the class while they're teaching this particular subject.
Yes.
In all of the ones that I have been involved in, or like my child has been involved, they've already separated out.
Yeah, we weren't with the boy. I mean,
They separated.
Yeah, we were separated. It wasn't any boys in my health class. So we
No,
only
for let me see. For health class, it was the girls, but in science, it's mixed.
Yeah, so that would be that's why I think we need to change the objective to include high school age students, so that it's a little bit more broad, and it's going to make sure that young men and women are getting this education.
So something you might want to consider is under objective 2.1, it talks about individuals with developmental disabilities will have an increased access to appropriate affordable health care, including primary specialty for chronic disease, dental care, sexual reproductive health services, behavioral health services. You might be able to address this education piece under that objective by adding an activity under there, and then leaving your targeted disparity as women's health, which is where you would then partner with LDH and possibly the newly created office.
Okay.
Or you might even want to flip it if you want your targeted disparity to be your students, then address it under the objective you just created and do an activity to address other specific women's health needs under the other objective. So figure out which targeted disparity you want, and then the other activity can be bumped into a different objective.
Well, I'm with Christie. Let's leave it the way it is. Our objectives for women, since we're going to try to work with LDH, and then add what you just recommended under, is that 2.2.1 you said? Which activity was that?
Objective 2.1 talks about health.
2.1?
So we can add another activity to.
So you would
2.1?
Yeah, 2.1.
Goal number 2.
Under goal number 2, objective 2.1 is individuals with developmental disabilities will have increased access to appropriate and affordable healthcare, including primary and specialist providers, preventative health services, and prevention of chronic diseases, dental care, sexual reproductive health services, and behavioral health services. So that's why I was thinking it might be appropriate if you put your activity to address student needs or sexual and reproductive health.
Okay.
It's sex
Under
education.
2.1.1, and then you can just discuss your women's health as your targeted disparity.
Okay. And just add another
I
activity.
mean, both of them are targeted
So this
disparities.
would
So,
be activity
yeah.
2.1.
I mean, essentially, you'd have 2
Okay.
targeted disparities.
Okay.
That sounds good. Let's do that.
Mhm.
Well, we'll have to renumber all over. So you have-
Yeah, it'll renumber your thing.
Let me go back. So I'm taking what you guys just developed and I'm gonna put it under 2.1, objective 2.1. Right there.
And you're gonna take out female.
Yeah,
They will just
that's
be
right.
students.
Maybe say high school age students.
Mhm.
High school. Is it hyphenated?
We can worry about that later.
Okay. Okay.
We'll worry about the hyphen later.
So advocate with the Louisiana Department of Education to provide appropriate, accessible sexual education to high school age students with developmental disabilities.
There we
Yes.
go.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll go back down to the targeted disparity, which would
Mhm.
be women still. Or females. Do we want to say women? Because now,
Yes,
let's say
Mhm.
women now.
or
Yeah.
females.
Either way, I mean, females keeps it open to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
A broader age.
Yeah.
That's better.
Okay.
It's
And
broader.
their families will have increased access to health services and sexual.
Should we say high school aged females here with
No.
developmental disabilities?
Well, okay, so we took that activity and we moved it somewhere else.
Okay.
So that leaves our targeted disparity
With
now
women.
can either refocus on just women's health. And it does not have to specifically focus on sexual and reproductive health.
Right.
It could focus on all women's health topics
Mhm.
as a part of it, but
Okay,
and the focus could become more about, working with LDH to create, health education materials that are in plain language or, that are more accessible. What else you got?
What else you got?
That's where my
I
brain's.
see what you're saying, Amy, and I agree.
Lunch brain, right? Okay, so
Starving.
if we just say females with developmental disabilities and their families will have increased access to health services and take off the other part, do you guys think that's sufficient or do you want to leave the other part? Health services and health education?
I think that's fine. The health services and health education.
And then period, and then we can take off the rest? Or
Mhm.
is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, because we're gonna have an activity in
Yeah.
2.1 to address
Right.
that.
Right.
Right.
Okay, great.
So then our new activity for 2.3.1 can focus on, it really could be anything. We could conduct research on women with developmental disabilities and their current unmet health needs. So we could basically keep that activity the same, except change the focus. It's no longer on housing, but it's on health needs for women with developmental
Yeah.
disabilities. Or the activity could be, we collaborate with the Office of Public Health or LDH, or probably just LDH, to, to work on plain language messaging on health topics for women.
I mean, one thing, you were continuing your videos contract, right?
Uh-huh.
You could potentially incorporate some sort of video on a plain messaging, health. Hey, don't get to go to your annual appointment or whatever you
Yeah.
want to cover. But that might be something that you can, there you go. Just like maybe your videos next year, maybe that activity moves down here and you do this set of videos on education or something.
Yeah, that's good.
That's
real
preventative
good.
care or,
Yeah.
I like
I mean,
that.
I don't know who our experts would be. We'd certainly have to partner with LDH or whatever to try to get some of that information, because the contractor, like Mary Lee said, is just going to point and shoot the camera.
Right.
So we'd have to come up with the information.
The appropriate entities, or do you want to specify LDH?
Well, that's.
Oh, okay.
So you guys, so we're like 34 minutes past lunch and I just talked with Hannah.
You gotta
And
talk loud, the people can't hear you, the other people.
I don't know how it affects y'all's break, but our food's like really delayed, so I was gonna go get it.
Oh,
I mean, like, it's not even on the way.
Oh, please.
yeah, that'd be great.
And we're
if
just
you-
34 minutes past, so I don't know if they want a lunch break.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. How do y'all want to,
I mean, do you go until she gets
Do you
back?
need my card or should I?
It should be paid for.
so do we want to take a break for, until, let them go eat and then we just do working lunch? That way they can do that? Okay, so suggested time?
Well, we'll probably need at least an hour because we don't have food yet.
Right.
Y'all want to go and take an hour for lunch?
Yes. Yeah.
We
Little
can
food might help us think or help us fall asleep. That's the one. I'm not
So
sure.
we'll see y'all at 1:35.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Cut that video. No one's waiting.
Roll call. There you go.
Is everybody feeling better now? Got some lunch? Went to the restroom?
Has Christy come back yet? You're not recording it, all. Oh, we're still live.
Oh, it's still live. Yeah, it
Yeah.
stayed live the whole time. I should have turned it off.
No, it's probably good that you did. I know she had that up there. I'm sorry, y'all.
Okay.
Trying to forward something.
Okay, I'll go back to sharing. I'll share the screen that we left off on, guys. I think we are almost done with the targeted disparity activity. So that's where we left off, the actual activity itself. Do we want to mention the Women's Office of Health or
Well, we'll probably keep it
Women's
broad because
like this?
in case it doesn't get
Passed.
passed.
Okay.
I think it will, but it doesn't. My pleasure. So research and collaborate with the Louisiana Department on
To address accessibility and not discrimination. But did you want to keep it like
to
this?
draw. Accessible educational materials on women's health topics.
Since we were thinking about accessible materials for women's health, like brochures and plain language, we were thinking about, well, this is like suggested language, but if anybody else has any other ideas, you guys can change things up. I don't always see that. I see him. Can you see it, Mitch? Okay.
And while everybody's here, I just want to say one thing. Actually, I just want to say thank you. I know when we started this committee, I asked a lot of new council members to be a part of this committee. And Mitch, I also appreciate you being a part of this because I know you're just getting ready to roll off. But I wanted the insight from a council member who's been on the council for a while, who had insight on what has transpired. And also I wanted the new council members to start feeling more comfortable knowing that they can be engaged in a lot of the decisions that are being made in regard to the direction that the DD Council is moving in. So I really want to say how much I appreciate you taking this task on. I know it may seem overwhelming, but I've noticed that you're starting to become more and more engaged in the conversation. That's very much appreciated. There's no dumb questions because as you can see, we're going back and forth. But again, just thank you for stepping up to the plate and doing this part to be a part of this committee. You can go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so if you guys read over, I can read it. So you guys can see how it sounds. And then if you have any suggested language or changes or anything, we can make those. So it'll read, conduct research and collaborate with the Louisiana Department of Health to address accessible educational materials on women's health topics. Okay, Mitch.
What, do we know what some of the other, or what the intent of the Louisiana Department of Health, what are they going to try to accomplish with creating this women's health, Amy, whatever you call it, I forget.
Yeah, the Office of Women's Health,
Office of Women's Health, yeah.
what they told us was pretty general, but basically that it would have a focus on women's health topics and really making sure that they kind of close the gap in between women's health and men's health services, but making sure that things were, that they just had a broader focus on the things that solely affect women, breast cancer, cervical screenings, all those types of things.
You think maybe one of the focuses is just going to be make public education, making sure that the public is educated about women's health, and is that going to be kind of what they're going to be driving to do, is just get public information out about women's health?
Yeah, I do think that's going to be a portion of what they do for sure.
And we want to make sure that public information or education or training includes females with developmental disabilities, right?
Right. And I think, Mitch, also, I heard the bill being discussed, and this was like last session whenever she initially brought the bill, Senator Barrow. I think that there's going to be also a focus on women in rural areas who don't have access to the healthcare that women in urban areas and more cities have.
Well,
so there's like those, rural areas where they don't have the access, they don't have the education. So I think there was also going to be a focus there as well. And of course, we know that there's disparities there for women with developmental disabilities in rural areas too.
Absolutely. That's what I was about to say. Talk about a disparity group right there. You know, I mean, those folks with developmental disabilities living in these rural communities. Could that be some area of activity that we could focus on? Or do we need another activity under this objective?
You're saying for rural, for women in rural areas?
Well, I'm asking, I guess, is our objective and activity good as it is, or is it broad enough, or do we need to add another activity or more than one activity?
I think that it's good as it is. If you had another activity to add to it, we could, but this is also, we're supposed to work on it for 5 years.
Oh, yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. Well, I mean, within that time, we could certainly have some focus on rural, making sure that those folks in the rural areas are getting the same opportunity for training and education and information and all that. So I think 2.3.1 is probably broad enough to eventually cover that, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I can't read the chat for some reason. Mine isn't pulling up. And I think Vivian put something, or maybe somebody else put something.
Put something in the chat.
Oh, you put something.
If you were interested in reading the legislation about the Office of Women's Health, it is in the chat, and it'll kind of let you know what that department is supposed to be doing, or what that department will be doing. A lot of it is going to be health data. So I would imagine you're probably going to have to give them some time to get this data together. And so if you're looking at this targeted disparity through the 5 years, I would imagine within a couple of years, we could probably get a lot more focused in our activities based on some of the data that they can put together. Hopefully, in theory.
Would you mind sending me that link to my email, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so is everybody happy with activity 2.3.1?
See Cheney's thumb.
Okay, great.
Mitch, is your hand still up from the previous comment? Okay, so everybody's good? It's amazing what a little lunch will do for you. Okay.
So now we'll
Thank
move to goal 3, which is centered around education and employment.
Go back to the new stuff or?
They're headed all at the end. The only reason I'm worried about new stuff is because we've got 22,000 left to spend. So new credits on from funded activities. We'll have some on that one at a time. So we can go back. Is it easier to go back? Okay, so at this point, we probably need to revisit some of the recommendations from the committees to just make sure that in goals 1 and 2, if there were new activities that needed to be added based off of those recommendations, then we go ahead and make sure that those are in there. So what comes to mind right off is one of the recommendations was about the Youth Leadership Forum and a contract to get the Youth Leadership Forum established. And basically what that is a request for the DD Council to put some funding towards the Youth Leadership Forum. So if that's something that the planning committee wants to do, we need to create an activity under goal 1 to be able to fund that.
Elaborate on that for me.
Sure, which part?
The Youth Leadership Forum.
So the Youth Leadership Forum is a lot like Partners in Policy Making, except it's for typically a teenage age. So they're usually about 15 to 21, I think is the range that they're taking.
Okay.
They do it in the summer. They're hoping to build up to having it on hopefully a college campus where it will be over the course of maybe a week, but at least, like 3 or 4 nights. And they do a lot of different training about history, advocacy, how to advocate. Most youth leadership forums will take a trip to the Capitol and meet with some legislators and do a lot of things like that. So it's an opportunity for youth to both be able to experience some independence because they do it without parents. And they receive a lot of natural supports during the Youth Leadership Forum, but there are also some staff there too to help. So they get a chance to experience kind of a little bit of like a college type independent experience.
Okay.
But they get a lot of training and education on a lot of different topics and a lot of work on advocacy.
And this is something that was not in place before that's being asked to be put in place now?
Right, the Youth Leadership Forum used to exist in Louisiana, but ended.
Ended after hurricane.
Ended after Hurricane Katrina.
Okay.
I think everybody else had different priorities and the funding just wasn't there.
That's it.
So they're wanting to bring it back to Louisiana and start it up again.
Okay. What are the committee thoughts on that? I see Christie's hand. Christie, you recognize?
Yes, I think it would be great to establish this, especially for our kids. Not sure if they want to go to college. And it's funny because one of my son's goals on his IEP is to, oh, what's the word? We just said it. I'm sorry, I have a brain cramp. To advocate for himself. That's one of his goals. And so I think this would be really good for them, especially transitioning to, and he's in the TOPS program. So not, being able to get away from the parents, but still have that that mentoring and that those people that can do the same thing that I do at home, but still have the home and the college separate. That aspect, I think it would be really good to have for some of these kids.
Is there an idea where the funding, where we would have to pull the funding from, or is it something we just?
No, I don't know about where all the money comes from. That's y'all.
No, I'm sorry. I was actually looking at. I was actually looking
That's
at
not
Amy.
me.
No, I was looking at Amy. I'm sorry, but.
Oh, that's okay. I'm like, not me.
But if you're willing to contribute,
Yeah, so right now we have a little bit of extra money. If everything else stays the same, we might have about $22,000 left to allocate. But that's assuming that nothing else changes and there are no other additions. So you can decide what it is that you want to allocate, and most likely what we'll have to do at the end is pull up this budget and look at it. We might have to shave off from some areas to add to some others if we don't quite have enough to get everything.
Okay.
Tell them what you thought the projected expenses would be for, because they're not, right now, what they're planning for summer 2023, I don't think, the goal is to get bigger every year. So they want to start off sort of small, and I think Lillian is the chair over the YLF committee, and so what her thoughts are is that we'll meet with UL and the University of Lafayette and determine like maybe what it would cost for them to hold YLF there for summer 2023. And but I think the budget that Lillian and Amy were looking at wasn't over 50,000, but they're looking at other funders. So they're looking at LRS. Who else is there?
Department of Ed might have some money they can put towards it. I think LRS will probably be the largest other contributor, because if our training topics align with some of their pre-EDS requirements, we can use pre-EDS funding for a good portion of it. So we estimated that the first YLF is going to cost, we know that it's going to cost under 50,000. It's probably going to be, I would say closer to 40. And it might even run under, depending on how much assistance we're able to get. You know, UL might give us a great deal on using their space. Or donate space, you know, as a write-off to them. So we just don't know that yet. So I think if the planning committee wants to put some funding towards YLF, I think that's a great idea. I don't think that you need to put certainly not more than 20,000. And you probably could do under.
That's gonna be my next question, kind of give us an outline of what would be feasible, you know, for initially starting off. Then I guess we revisit from that point. Does anybody have any questions in regard to that? Mitch, I see your hand. You're recognized.
Well, Amy, you mentioned we had about 20,000 in our budget. Would that be a good number to start so that they can get some financial support, or would that be, you think that would be shooting a little too high at this point in time? I'm like you, I don't know what expenditures they would have other than, you know, like you said, meeting spaces, which they might get some in-kind donations on that sort of stuff. But what other expenses might they have for the leadership?
Well, there will be transportation expenses. There might be some lodging expenses, depending on who they get to speak. There might be some speaker fees. Food, obviously, it will be a cost. So then there are, you know, supplies, materials. There will have to be some staff, and some of those will have to be paid. We might be able to get some volunteer staff, but we will probably need some paid staff too. So there are a number of expenses. I think, yeah, I definitely think 20,000 is a good starting point. And like I said, you might be able to go under that too.
And this 20,000 would be for just 1 year or for the next 5 years?
All we're doing is committing to 1 year.
Okay. Okay.
That's all that this planning committee is doing, is committing to.
Okay. Okay.
Does anybody else have any thoughts? I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mitch. I just.
No, that's okay. I'm just thinking out loud, mostly just trying to get an idea of what kind of budget they might need.
Yeah.
Because I'm absolutely all for the youth leadership forum. I'm absolutely for it. I know Lillian is very passionate about it and has done a lot of upfront work for the council and continues to be excited about getting that going. And I think it's something that's needed for sure.
And not only that, it's also good because it'll be instrumental because with it being teenagers transitioning to young adults, knowing that they're going to be on the front lines of being advocates one day, I just think it gives them a mental preparation in advance on how to kind of know how to handle some of the unforeseen circumstances that life will throw.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. I totally agree.
Any other committee members with any thoughts? We're open for recommendations.
Well, I would make the recommendation that we allocate at a minimum $15,000 for the first year to help them get some financial assistance. Then maybe next year, if that turns out to be not enough, we could look at doing more as more kids get involved and they start to do more activities and just to see what their expenditures are going to be.
Committee members? Everyone pretty much in favor of what's been presented? Okay, I see thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, thank you very much. I believe this will be a fruitful program.
How do we want to word it? Because it's going to be a new activity under goal 1.
I wonder if we can take some further work.
I was just about to say something.
Provide financial support and technical assistance for the youth leadership forum. I think we could probably just keep it at that.
Okay.
$15,000.
Okay, so I added goal 1, provide financial support and technical assistance for the youth leadership forum. And we are the committee is allocating $15,000 for YLF. Everybody in agreement?
Sounds great.
Thank you again.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go back to the recommendations, just to make sure that nobody else has any other activities that they're interested in recommending to the committee from the self-determination and community inclusion recommendations.
Hearing nothing else, I guess we'll move forward.
Okay. All right, so moving forward brings us to goal 3, which is education and employment initiatives. The activity 3.1.1 is provide financial support to establish a post-secondary inclusive education alliance to provide mentoring and technical assistance, host training events, and develop resources designed to build the capacity of Louisiana post-secondary institutions in providing inclusive post-secondary education opportunities for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities throughout Louisiana. That's a mouthful. We currently have it funded at $40,000. If you listen to our meetings, we currently call it LPI. That is the alliance. They are currently working on legislation that is, hopefully going to be heard soon, to provide some funding for these programs, startup costs mainly, but also some maintenance costs for more of these programs to be started up across Louisiana. This activity has been great. They've been working. We've had this activity, I believe this is the second year of this activity. And they've been working to help colleges and universities develop their own post-secondary inclusive education programs and get them started. And I believe LSU of Alexandria is going to be opening up pretty soon.
In the fall.
In the fall. Meetings.
Yeah, I think that's too.
So there is a bill in session now to provide some funding. We would recommend continuing this activity just for one additional year, just to have some additional supports as they develop everything that they need to develop to get their new phase up and running. They'll have to build a council themselves and a lot of resources around how universities and colleges apply for funding and what processes they have to go through. So that's our staff recommendation, is to continue it for one more year.
Mitch, you recognize, I see your hand.
Well, I'm going to chime in. We've seen some of the videos in our past DD Council meetings. They're just fantastic. I just love the work that they're doing. It's super exciting, and give these kids an opportunity to have opportunities in college. It's just fantastic what they're doing, and I'm definitely in support of it. And I'm hoping that we're going to see this thing spread to every college and university in Louisiana over time. I just think it's an exciting time. So I'm in complete support of continuing this activity, and I'm in support of the cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Does anyone else have anything they want to contribute to the conversation? Any other committee members? Are the committee members satisfied with moving forward with what's been presented?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Activity 3.1.2 is advocate for increased focus and capacity within the Louisiana Department of Education to address special education, including specific areas and issues such as disability. Our staff recommendation is to continue this activity for fiscal year 23, to continue collaborating with LDOE. It's a non-funded activity. Okay. Activity 3.1.3 is to advocate for support structure in school systems that assures adequate understanding and skill to develop and implement IEPs and increase infrastructure, training, and technical assistance provided to parents and schools simultaneously. Staff recommendations. If this activity is continued, we would really like more guidance and a more specific plan on how to get this activity accomplished. The suggestion may be to contract with a national trainer or to send out documents on IEPs.
Oh, let me raise my hand.
You recognize it. Go ahead, Christian.
Sorry. I can tell you, as coming from the parent side, going to my son's IEP meetings, even though I've been doing this for 27 years, I still feel uncomfortable So even though I'm an educated teacher, mom, and whatever, if I'm feeling uncomfortable, you can imagine how some of these parents feel. So I definitely think that it needs to be completed, and that we keep this and provide some kind of assistance to some of the parents. Because I know when I meet with my parents, I try to make it as calming as possible. But I know in some of these, I know tempers flare, and I've cried a few times because I just feel like, you know, you have your supervisors and things like that, that just, you know, it's supposed to be an IEP team committee, and it, you know, it really isn't. It's their choice. So that's really the thing that I wish could change, is just the environment, you know. But it does need to be kept up to make sure that the parents are not pressured in any way, and just the training for teachers and parents as well.
Thank you for that. Mitch,
You're
we see your hand. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christy, you mentioned that it's uncomfortable attending those IEP meetings. I've been to a few that kind of was uncomfortable. What's the most uncomfortable thing about it? Do you think that it's the administrative staff that are reluctant to provide the supports that these students need, or what exactly is it? Is it an intimidating environment where, you know, where there may be a recommendation for a child for some modification or accommodation, and there's resistance to that? What exactly is the uncomfortableness of it all?
It depends on the situation, I guess. Sometimes, like for instance, I'll take my son. They didn't have, he's in TOPS, but they didn't have a cohort, which is a resource teacher, available in his science or math area. And I was like, well, no, y'all need to find one. They have it in his social studies area, which is not what he needs a resource teacher for.
Mhm.
They're like, well, we don't have any. I was like, well, that can't be. Y'all have to find one.
Right.
Well, they were like, well, you're going to have to go to tutoring after school. It's like, why should I have him go to tutoring after school when it should be provided during the day?
Right.
So some people get what they want. Some people do not. He didn't get a cohort or anything this year. So because they didn't have enough, which I understand, but that's not my problem as a parent.
That's right.
You know, so I told them, I said, next year, you will have a cohort for him in his senior year. And I said, I should not have to make him go to tutoring because y'all didn't have the teacher necessary. And I said, more of these kids are going through the TOPS program. So not only do you need cohorts in the Jumpstart program, where most of them, 90% of them are, but you do need some for the TOPS program as well. And they don't have them.
Was the reason that they said they didn't have the funding for that? Or, I mean, surely that can't be the reason.
They didn't have anyone to do, well, they had someone at school to do it. They didn't want to change it. They didn't have enough of them.
So that's an example of a very needed accommodation that they weren't able to provide during regular school hours.
Yes.
Or they could have provided, but for some reason was reluctant to provide.
Yes. So, I mean, it can be intimidating, like I said, even with me knowing everything, but, we had a lot of changes and I understood that. But at the beginning of the year, we've had maybe 15 to 17 new teachers since October. I know SPED, the paperwork is mountainous. It's been crazy, but it still doesn't leave the fact that some of these kids, depending on who you are, get what you need. And then some of them don't. Or if you say lawyer, and I can't do that because I work there. And I'm not going to put myself in that situation.
Wow. Yeah.
So
that's a tricky one.
Yeah.
For you.
So, yeah.
don't want to push too many buttons.
Exactly.
But you know your child needs this support, and if you don't, you start rocking the boat too much as an educator. You know,
Yes,
that's so unfortunate.
yes. So hopefully we'll have it next year, and I will address it first thing in August, so. But
I guess I was trying to get an idea of what we might do as a council, what activities we might recommend around this to.
Well, I know they all, like, most of them go in with a preconceived notion of what's gonna happen at the meeting. And even though it's supposed to be a team thing, most of the time it's not a team thing. And that's where I feel that it needs to be that. It's, it's like, this is what's gonna happen. And that's not what the IEP meeting is about. And that needs to be needs to be redirected and maybe retold again and again and again to tell them, even though it cannot happen, you still need to come upon this judgment as a team, not by one person, not by two people, the entire team. And if somebody does not agree with it, it is okay. It will happen.
Wow. Yeah, I can. There needs to be some quality assurance measures there in place to make sure that everybody has a voice, particularly the parents. They're interacting with these kids more than anybody else and probably know their needs best. So I don't know. I got off track there. Reel me back in, Amy, Rashad, somebody. Where are we going with this?
Just about what we need to implement these IEP meetings so the parents can understand what's involved.
Well, some of that is accomplished through Families Helping Families. They all offer IEP trainings.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want you to duplicate that.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. They do that.
Yeah.
Is there enough, is that training through the Families Helping Family Centers readily available for any parent, student? Is it easy to access those trainings? Are they done on a one-on-one basis on request, or how are they doing those trainings?
I don't know the specifics because every region does it a little bit differently, but I mean, I subscribe to all of their email, everything that they push out about all of their trainings, and all of them throughout the year offer different IEP basics and what you need to know sort of trainings. So I can't speak to the times that they're offered, but especially over the last couple of years, everything's been virtual. So it's been all these different webinars that are offered.
Are those offered just to the parents and the students, or are those offered to the administrative staff in the school as well, the teachers?
And my understanding, anybody can attend.
Yeah, professionals can attend too.
Well, that would be a good point there, maybe to start pushing that more of these IEP team members, anybody on an IEP team member have the opportunity to attend the training, or maybe even ask that it, that they insist that they have the training at some point in time. That might be a way to maybe in the trainings they'll get some understanding that some of them don't have about what is my role as on this team as an IEP member. So that might be one way to address some of Christy's concerns about maybe someone trying to be dominant in the meeting, or someone trying to control things, or I don't know. I'm just thinking that if more of the teachers at the schools had an opportunity to take the training, it might address some of our concerns and issues.
Looks like Christy's hand is raised.
Yes. We also have to consider too that a lot with SPED, there is so much turnover lately. And so not only are we having to do our own students' IEPs, but we're having to do other teachers' IEPs. So, it's really tough and stretching ourselves thin. So having those qualified people you know, and they're not knowing what to do, that's, you know, being tough as well. So I think maybe having some more training for the teachers as well as the old teachers like me too. I mean, so I think any kind of training is better than no training.
Christy, who's usually in an IEP meeting? Is it folks like teachers, parents, LRS staff, Center
Yeah,
for Independent Living staff? Who?
principal or assistant principal, regular ed teacher, which we have a hard time getting because our kids do not go to regular ed, but we still have to find one. It's very hard, you know, to kind of coordinate that. Us, a SPED teacher, OT, PT, speech, APE if needed, nurse if they have a health plan or emergency plan, the counselor, the behavior specialist, and the parent, the student if possible. So it could be up to 10 or more.
Okay.
You
Just
know.
depends. It depends on what the students' goals are and what.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it could be someone from Louisiana Rehab Services in attendance if they're invited, or I know we get
Yes.
invited to them pretty often.
Yeah.
You know, if the student's transitioning out of high school and.
Yes. And if they can't attend, we usually do the Google Meet so they can attend at least by meeting. So we do give them that option because we know we kind of far away, and then just it's easier for them to meet with us on Google Meet. So to keep everybody in the circle. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think based off of the discussion, it sounds as if it's important to keep that activity for planning committee members. There doesn't really seem to be a direct way in which the DD Council can get more involved other than to continue to advocate for a better structure within IEP meetings, better cooperation, and and maybe really highlighting some of the trainings that the Families, Health and Families Centers are doing, in the hopes that we might get some teachers or administration to attend.
Those are great ideas.
Or maybe even inviting the Office of Special Education from the school systems.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you were inviting the teachers from individually, I don't know many who would go, but if you maybe invited not the school system, the SPED department specifically, because that's like a separate entity. The subs, the big school board, then they have the Office of SPED, and then the regular ed. So that might be something that we could do directly, and then have them invite the teachers.
Okay.
We're on 3.1.3, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
So I don't think we changed the activity, but they've given us more information about what we can do within that activity. But it still ends up being the same, advocating for those things. So I don't think we need to change the activity. I think it stands.
Just make sure somewhere we note some of those things that you just mentioned, Amy, that we could do. Increase participation, those types of things that you just mentioned. Don't have to necessarily write it down in there as an activity, but just.
Yeah, I'm making some notes.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. I thought that's what you were doing. Thank you.
Okay. So if we're good with that, we can move on to activity 3.1.4.
Yes, ma'am.
Just provide information and promote inclusion and acceptance of effective models of school climate and culture. This is another one where we would need some more guidance about what it is that we're really wanting to get out of that activity and how we can go about doing that.
What kind of guidance are you asking for?
Well, I think right.
Who are we providing information to?
Right.
Yes. So where it says like provide information, who are we providing the information to?
And promoting inclusion and acceptance of effective models of school climate and culture. I mean, that's sort of what the DD Council does all the time. It's what we advocate for, and that's what we, every time we send, Rashad and I just sent out a bunch of letters about some education bills that are definitely not promoting inclusion. So I mean, that's the type of thing that we kind of already do. So I guess the question is there something more specific that the planning committee has in mind, or I'm not really sure how long this activity has been in place, or who developed it, so I wouldn't know who to go back to ask.
Mitch?
Well, you're right, Amy, you guys are doing those things as needed and as recommended by the full council, those types of like sending out letters or making, if the council recommends a letter be sent out. You guys are already doing those things, have been doing those things. So I would just recommend that we just continue the activity and do those things as they're recommended and as they've been identified and noted by the council.
So if you look at activity 3.1.6, it says advocate for educational systems change based on emergent education issues. And so if we're going to do it as like situations arise, like the bills that came up this session,
Right.
It may almost fall under that. So
Well, sure, yeah, it would.
I don't know if you guys want to consider that being inclusive of what activity 3.1.4 is trying to accomplish. But it may fall under that. I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are.
Yeah, you could merge those two activities.
Okay. Does everybody feel okay with merging those two activities? I don't see
What are some what are some examples of effective models of school climate?
And culture. That's our question.
What's
We're hoping that the committee could provide some more guidance and just a specific plan on how to get to that.
I mean, is there a school in someone's parish that has the perfect school climate for every person on campus, and is everybody completely happy and is everything, I mean, what is that? What does that mean exactly?
And then they woke up.
Yeah.
Good question.
What are some, well, I think you already answered that question, Amy, like some of the things that you guys have been doing and are already doing regarding this activity.
Yeah. And that's, we have to report out on these activities. We do it as a status report every quarter, but we also do it annually for the federal government. And some of these activities get a little difficult to have anything to report back because, what it's sort of like you said, I mean, what is the perfect school climate and culture that we can model things off of?
Right.
So it gets difficult to sort of say, yeah, we're actively working on that activity. So I really do like Ebony's idea of sort of allowing the emergent issues activity to really kind of cover that as well, because we're doing the same thing basically for both activities.
Well, let's merge them.
Okay.
Everybody satisfied with that? Any questions?
So that's providing information.
Okay.
I don't know that you actually need to change the
Yeah, I don't
language.
think you need to change it
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
Okay. That brings us to activity 3.1.5. Advocate for type 2 and type 5 charter schools to be required to meet 85% rule of enrolling students with disabilities at rates similar to those found in traditional public schools, and advocate for and monitor equitable funding based on minimum foundation program, specifically regarding the charter compacts. This is also, if this activity is continued, we need more guidance on this and a specific plan on how to get this activity accomplished too. There hasn't been a lot of activity on that activity.
For years.
I think it's been in the plan for a long time, and I don't really know that anything has really been able to be accomplished on that one.
Well, I mean, you almost have to go back to the minutes for, when the plan was originally recommended or created based on council recommendations as to why they wanted to do this in the first place. You almost have to go back to that, because to ask somebody sitting here today to make recommendations for this, I mean, what's the purpose for it? We'd have to almost go back to those, ask some of those folks that were making this recommendation in the first place. It's kind of hard for me to provide any guidance here without more input from people on the full council that have more knowledge of this and the history of this. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, this particular activity is years and years old. It just continues into the plan every year. And it just goes back to, I mean, in general, the idea is charter schools don't serve their fair share of kids with disabilities. And especially whenever you start looking at kids leaving the education system or the traditional public schools, going into charter schools, there's concerns about the money that they're taking with them and how it's a disproportionate amount.
Right.
And that exceptionalities aren't factored in. At least and I'm certainly not the expert when it comes to education issues, but at least some of the concerns that they have had in the past was really trying to get people that fully understood the MFP and could explain the process and how the funds were being distributed.
Right.
And that was there were a lot of barriers there. And eventually just advocacy for this particular activity just kind of stopped. Partly because one, it wasn't getting anywhere. Nobody was enforcing it. And nobody could really explain as far as how the MFP was working, how that money was being distributed. And there just wasn't a whole lot of activity, plain and simple. And so it's pretty much sat stagnant for years.
What have we been reporting on it then? What activities have we been reporting on it?
There's no activity on this. There's no update for this activity.
Well, we may need to recommend just to remove it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no activity on it. It's basically a waste of time to even have it on the agenda to have any discussion on it. Or I mean, I don't know the history of why it was initially recommended by the council. So, but if there's been no activity on it for years and it's been stagnant for years and we haven't been reporting on it, then it probably needs to be taken out. That's
I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree. What the other committee members think? Are you in favor of removing it?
I saw a thumbs up.
Okay, thumbs up. Thank you very much.
And also just keep in mind, removing these things, when something like this comes up, you can put it under the emergent issues.
Mm-hmm.
When things that are specific to this need come through the legislature or come through Bessie, I mean, we do have an advocacy organization that can start tackling these things as well.
okay.
So removing it doesn't mean that it goes away. Just whenever things come up that deal with this, it would certainly hit our radar. I think this is a good example of how generally planning committees just continue everything from year to year to year. We might just tweak and change minor little things here and there.
Right.
And I mean, you have to adjust when there's a need and when there's, some traction around something, and this just hasn't been the activity that we've needed the last few years.
No, I agree with you totally. So let's just remove it.
All right. Thank you for that.
Okay. Activity 3.1.6 is advocate for educational systems change based on emergent education issues. That stays in the plan. Activity 3.1.7 is advocate for increased meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input. We keep that in the plan every year as well. Activity 3.1.8 is conduct outreach with appropriate entities on current services and training opportunities for traditional and special education teachers, including ongoing support, such as high quality ongoing teacher education, which may lead to capacity building efforts to increase high quality educators. This is another activity that is has been difficult for us to get a lot of movement on. If there's a training opportunity that comes up that we know about, we certainly will publicize it. Or in the past, if there was something that I knew about, I would send to Meredith Jordan, who is our agency rep unofficially with the Department of Education currently. But when it comes to training opportunities for teachers, that's not really the realm that we monitor a ton. And so finding those resources and sensing them out just isn't something that we have, I think, had a whole lot of success with or have been able to show a whole lot of movement on for this activity. Christy has her hand raised.
Christy, you recognize. Thank you.
Yes, I can also provide some websites that I've used for training, especially for children with disabilities. And I receive CEUs, some of them are free, and they're really good trainings that have helped me over the years. Because I myself is one of my goals is to do like 100 or more hours per year in professional development. So I can provide those to you if you'd like.
Sure.
And I just kind of wanted to mention that I have this activity highlighted because this was one of the activities that the Education and Employment Committee wanted the Planning Committee to consider. So while we need like more guidance on how to get this activity accomplished, I think that the Education and Employment Committee wanted the Planning Committee to kind of look at this particular activity and maybe come up with either more another activity or maybe hone in on how to specifically get that activity accomplished.
Give us a raise.
Duly noted.
On a year that our insurance doesn't go up.
Right.
Or gas price.
Just saying, just saying.
No, yeah, I understand. I think that some of the issues is that if we try to offer, I mean, all we can do is advertise the training opportunities.
Yes.
I don't know if teachers are going to actually attend them, especially if there's no incentive. Right, besides the continuing education unit.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch, you're recognized.
Well, it seems to me that, they're asking us to provide educational opportunities, training opportunities for teachers to increase their high quality education. Listen, those teachers know better than we do. Like Christy would know better than I do when there's a training opportunity for her, an educational opportunity for her, a CEU opportunity for her, a certification opportunity for her. She's going to know about that before we do. I mean, particularly when it's in her field of education, special education, and working with those kids with developmental disabilities. Why are they asking us to tell these teachers where there's these training opportunities when they're gonna know before we do? That don't make any sense to me.
And some of them are very expensive that we can't even afford to attend. You know,
Christy would say to this council, hey, guys, I've got wind of this great training opportunity. And it's about this and this and that for kids with developmental disabilities. If you guys want to take advantage of this opportunity, she would know that before we would know that to tell her that. I mean, because it's part of her education and her training. She's going to know where to go get more training and education. So I'm not quite sure I even understand this activity and what they're, you know, my recommendation would be to remove it altogether. What activities are we demonstrating that we're doing with this currently? Or last year or the year before?
Like I said before, that was pretty much if we came across the training that we were able to publicize through social media, we would report it there, or anything that we came across that we could tell our agency rep, look, we know this is happening. Maybe that would be a good idea for your teachers, for her to disseminate out. But yeah, that's really it. I mean, the likelihood that we know about a training that she doesn't already know about is very small.
Well, unless it's a training developed by, you know, family centers or DD council, some sort of council training that we've developed with a contractor or something like that, then yeah, we would make sure that the schools are notified, the teachers are notified, particularly if it was a training specialized for them to get some sort of certification or CEU or something like that. We would let them know, but that's usually not the case. I mean, so yeah, I mean, unless anybody has any other recommendations about some other activity that we can do to comply with this, I mean, I don't want to be one to start slashing activities and doing away with things, but if this is another one of those areas where we're not showing any activity, go ahead, Christy, I'm sorry.
Couldn't we, like, instead of just leaving it and not knowing what to do on activity 3.1.6, couldn't we add emergent education issues and or trainings? That way it would still cover trainings for educational trainings.
Well, I think the activity already does include, I mean, even though it doesn't say trainings, it's any emergent issue. And so if that takes the form of a training, it's already covered there.
Okay. So I think I'll agree with Mitch. I think we could take it out if that's already covered in activity 3.1.6. That's just my thought. Because like you said, I'm going to find out more about our training way before y'all do, especially with my SPED office, or even going on the internet myself and trying to find one. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Anyone else? Mitch, I see your hand.
Something in the chat, maybe I can't get to it for some reason.
Maybe help provide resources or something like that. Other than that, I'm not sure what really else.
Let you gotta look over this and I can go deposit them.
Mitch, you have your hand raised?
Well, what are you guys' thoughts on adding it to 3.1.6, or just saying that it's, you know, maybe not adding it, but just to assume that it's that this activity is already being accomplished in 3.1.6 to some degree?
So if you don't want to get rid of the activity entirely and you want to have something there that sort of talks about training, maybe another, trying to figure out how we would do it in a way that's not extremely time consuming. But maybe something else that we could do would be, would basically be like asking people, asking the public, asking people who attend, well, whose kids attend school, you know, where do you feel like special education teachers need additional training? What topics do you feel like they need to be trained on? And then even though we cannot provide that training, we could gather information and hand it over to the Department of Ed and say, look, we've talked to parents. This is what parents tell us are some need areas, you know.
Like conducting a survey?
Yeah, like conducting a survey.
Well, Christy's already said that, you know, there needs to be more training regarding, you know, the IEPs and that the teachers need to be getting more training in those, and the, you know.
We can do a poll on Facebook or something like that. That way it's, you have the information, but it doesn't tell you who, you know, doesn't relate back to who did it or who said it. You know, it's just a poll just to see. Nothing, you know, nothing that would convict them of anything, you know. Because a lot of teachers are afraid of talking.
I'm sure they are.
They really are. And I say, you know, I mean, sometimes we have to really hold our tongues because, you know, it's detrimental to our job and our positions. So
that's really unfortunate. It
yes,
really is.
So we can do that, you know, once a month or something like that. Or Survey Monkey, that's free. All right, love you, bye.
So Amy, you're saying that we should maybe have an activity that that basically does some sort of survey or like Christy says, some sort of poll that basically asks educators, you know, what types of training they'd be interested in or would like to have. Is that what you said, Amy?
Yeah, and I'm just trying to give you an alternative. You can certainly do whatever. You can, you know, you can.
Well, we want to make the recommendation to do those things that are needed and wanted.
Yeah.
I mean, but to sit here and just try to come up with something for the sake of having an activity under this, it's got to be something that's needed and wanted by the educators. And so.
I definitely want training because we haven't had any in so long. I hate Google and Zoom training. This is not bad because we get to converse and interact. But to hear someone speak for an hour while you're just sitting there does nothing for me. And I couldn't tell you what it was about after. I tune it out. I really do. Because it's not in person and we've done it for so long. That's just not how we are as people.
Right.
You know, we need that connection.
Yeah.
So it's to me, it's not a good, I need to hear, see, I'm multisensory, you know, so, but I like the in-person stuff.
Okay.
So, I mean, we can delete this activity. I believe that when, you know, when trainings arise that we know about, we push them out on social media regularly. So when it comes to those types of things, it would fall under emergent issues. And we push it out. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to the types of training that teachers need, you know, I think that the teachers know best themselves, and you know, and hopefully they're able to work with their administrators to help.
Yeah, and you would think that if there's a lack in training in some area, particularly working with kids with developmental disabilities, that those teachers like Christy that are working with these kids would have an avenue to express that and have an avenue to. There is no avenue to say, hey, you know, look, it's just like she was saying with the IEPs. She sees a lot of issues with those IEP meetings. And her idea is that there just needs to be more training in this area. So do the teachers that are involved have an avenue to express, hey, we need some training in this area?
Well,
Christie?
we're giving surveys, and at the bottom it says, what other type of training would you like to see? No matter what you put down there, that doesn't say it'll happen. So, you know, that kind of thing, it's always what they want us to do.
I see.
Most of the time, they group regular ed and sped together, and we just sit there and listen, because it does not involve nothing to what we have for our students. It's a waste of time.
How often do they give these surveys to the teachers?
It depends on if we have a meeting, they'll give it to us after, maybe once a year, twice a
Yes.
year, every time we have a meeting.
Okay.
But we don't ever get feedback of what, you know, what is
But
put at the bottom.
There is some specific questions on there about what types of training and education would you like?
It's just a
or
blank. Yeah,
need? Okay.
just a blank.
Okay.
So, yeah. But like I said, many times we're in trainings that don't have any, that don't pertain to anything that we do. So we just sit there for half a day doodling, making lists.
So if this council had some recommendations for trainings for teachers in special education, and we made those recommendations to the schools and got that information to them in some capacity, would the schools still be the ones to decide whether or not they would allow the teachers to participate?
I think it would be up to the principal, but I think if it would come down from the SPED office,
Yeah,
and that these trainings are, you know, really important, I think they would allow us to attend.
right. If they
Yeah.
came through the council through.
Yeah, a
Louisiana
lot of it
Department of
stops at the
Education.
SPED office and it doesn't go any farther. Yeah.
Okay.
And it might just be, this is just like my experience. It might be different from others. I mean, we have a whole state to consider.
Right.
So, but I'm just saying, as a teacher, I know we're like, oh, this is good. You know, we give it to them, and then we just know, you know, sometimes never hear. There's no money to have this training or anything like that. We don't have time to converse with other teachers, sometimes even on our own campus,
Okay.
you know, about an idea or things like that, you know, is beneficial to us instead of, you know, testing questions.
I doubt it's just your district. I seriously doubt that.
Oh, I doubt that too,
Mhm.
Rashad.
Thank you for the output, for the input.
You're welcome.
So where do we stand with this one?
I think that my recommendation is that we remove this activity because I agree with Amy in that as these needs arise, look, we can make recommendations for trainings opportunities and educational opportunities for teachers, but it's ultimately up to the schools whether or not they're going to do it, I guess, unless it comes down through, like she said, Department of Education or SPED.
Yeah.
So, but I think it could be, it'll be addressed under 3.1.6.
Okay, the other committee members stand in agreement?
Yes.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Objective 3.2 really moves into employment initiatives. Activity 3.2.1 is provide funding to build the capacity of employment providers and customized employment in a manner which will lead to certification through a competency-based certification program. This activity, we have been contracting with the ARC, and they have been providing through Mark Golden Associates a customized employment certification program for some direct employment providers. The initiative has not, over the last couple of years, has not done as well as we would have liked to have seen. A good portion of that is about COVID and having to move things virtually. And it's been, you know, a number of people with developmental disabilities have not wanted to work during COVID, and some have not been able to work during COVID for medical reasons. But we've had a lot of problems with getting learning partners for the people who are completing the program. So all in all, this particular activity has not really gone how we would have ideally liked to have seen it go. In addition, LRS is working with LSU Human Development Center for them to become basically like a trainer of this type of customized employment certification program. So LRS is kind of, taking what we started and kind of moving forward with it from here. So our staff recommendation is that this activity be discontinued for next fiscal year.
So you heard the recommendation. What do the committee members, do they have any questions? Any concerns? Mitch, you're recognized.
Do we have any idea why they're having such a hard time finding learning partners? And is having a learning partner kind of the key to this whole program?
You can't finish it until you have a learning partner to work with, to basically take what you've learned and everything up until that point and really kind of work with this person to help them find employment. So I don't really know why there has been such a struggle, but there has been. LRS has basically just told me that they have asked, and people who would potentially be learning partners don't really want to commit to all of the time that it takes, because it is a longer, more intensive process.
Amy, who are the learning partners? Give me an example of a learning partner.
A learning partner would be somebody with a developmental disability who's seeking a job, and you want to use a customized employment method to help them find employment.
That one's a little tough because I see a lot of potential in this program, and I like the philosophy of it, and it's unfortunate that they haven't been able to, attain learning partners from LRS.
Right.
I see, Christy, your hand, you're recognized.
Yes, if I can restate this in a way I understand it. Is this almost like the child going to work and having an IEP at their employment that is customized just for them, that helps them work at this job in a employable manner?
So usually a customized employment process will really have whoever is working with that person who is seeking employment.
Mm-hmm.
Work with them on what are your interests, what are your skills, what can we build up? And then really looking for a job that fits what they've already got working for them. And in some instances, helping businesses create a job for that person.
Because our curriculum in the state does this. We give them their learning style, and we do that through the school system.
You find it to be effective?
Some of the times, yes, I do 2 of them. One is like they check the box, I'd rather work alone instead of with a group of people. Just different questions like that. And then there's another one, oh, I can't think of the website, but I've had a few of my kids go and take the few questions that they have, and it's come out almost exactly what the kids really want to do. So, I mean, I think there are programs that we have available that can still do the same thing, and they're free. And, we do have them available in the state already. The only thing would be like this one's specifically for that one agency where they're going for employment. That's the only difference.
And keep in mind too, LSU HDC will soon become an entity that can continue to train people in this method.
Okay.
So even if this activity is discontinued for us, customized employment training doesn't go away. The certification will still be available. It will just be available through LSU HDC.
Okay.
Do we know how many, it says two certification classes are currently in process. Do we know how many people are currently in those classes, Amy?
I know we're waiting on 4 learning partners. So we have 4 people who would be, that close to being done if we could find learning partners for them.
Okay. And like you said, the learning partner is actually the person with a disability looking for a job.
Mm-hmm.
And the job, and basically this is the person taking the certification is the job developer working with that learning partner, right?
Yes.
Got you. Okay, got you. So let's say you have, 4 people that get their certification, but in order to get the certification, you're gonna have a learning partner and meet certain milestones with that partner to complete your certification.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Basically get them employed, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically that person being able to demonstrate the skills that they learned through these other classwork modules that they did. Basically demonstrating those skills and showing them in real life that you can do them.
Okay. One last question. What kind of feedback are you getting from the folks at the ARC about the program?
I think they like the intent of the program. And I think that they also had, some higher hopes for it, but it's just been an extremely difficult time to try to make it happen through COVID. And even now, it's such a long process for people to go through. You have a lot of people that drop out before they make it to the end. They're also aware that LRS is working with the LSU Human Development Center for them to become trainers. The ARC is aware of what's happening.
Okay. Christy, how do you feel about the recommendation to end this activity?
I like the concept of it, but I just feel that it's maybe quite extensive, because if you have the learning partner complete the program, you're not sure if you have that employment agency. We might have more learning partners than employment, so, and that's the only thing. And then just the time that it takes to complete the certification. It sounds like it's very lengthy. So, and that's my thing. I like that it's a certification program. I really do. I know in our area, we received a grant to add in something for our kids to go through a certification program, and they'll be certificated, listen to me. They'll be certified to go into employment at a job most of them are these kids that are hands-on kids, not paper pencil kids. So having this certification program would be very beneficial. It just seems to me like this one just it's time consuming. You know, ours, like the one we're getting now is just maybe a year, and you can get like 2 or 3 different certifications at one time. So that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I really like it, but you just would have to have, like I said, those employers, but it doesn't seem like they're getting many, to complete the project.
All right.
That's only my, what I'm worried about is having enough for, for those who finish the program.
I just wanted to make sure that we had given it enough time because we were in the pandemic and things were really, really difficult when they started the contract as far as.
Yeah. I would we can recommend to keep it for 1 more year and just see how it does, since we're kind of like edging out of that pandemic.
Yeah.
And we can see what happens next year.
Amy, Rashad, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just about to ask what conclusions were you coming up with?
I don't know. This is a tough one for me, but I know I've already asked this, but has the ARC expressed that they would like to continue with the program?
The ARC, in essence, is like a financial agent for this initiative.
Okay.
Mark Gold and Associates is the entity that is actually doing the training.
Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Well, I'm just going to go with the staff's recommendation that we end the program.
Any other, how do other committee members feel? Agreement? Okay. All right, we'll move forward.
So we're taking that. All right, activity 3.2.2, provide financial support to conduct seminars with chambers of commerce throughout the state on the benefits of hiring people with developmental disabilities. We have contracted with O'Neill Communications. They currently are doing this. This is the 2nd year. And Marilee, I don't know if you wanted to talk about it.
Sure, yeah. So O'Neill Communications, this is the same contractor that we talked about way earlier today, who does the videos. They also do this for us, the employment seminars. So Amy is correct. This is the 2nd year. The seminars from last year were pretty well attended. They were very well put together. There were some challenges getting participation from the chambers of commerce in each region. So that was a challenge. They were, however, able to pull off these seminars in every region. We did combine 1 and 10, which is pretty common for us at the council. And then this year, the employment seminars have a little bit of a different model. They're doing more of a storytelling format, and that is something that they're working on now. And we actually just looked at the plan for it, and they're kind of ramping it up. So that is where they are with those seminars right now.
Is it on the website?
I know, I was gonna say, my computer just restarted randomly, so I can't pull it up, but there is a link. It's a banner, very, very similar to the banner that we showed you guys earlier for the videos. I think it's banner number 3 on our website, which is right before the videos banner. And if you click there, it should take you to something, but I cannot see what. So
It's right there, the 3rd banner.
Yep.
and that's the schedule.
Right, so it's hard for me to read from here. Yeah, they had one, and then I believe the second is
April 12th and
coming
14th.
up, yes.
Yeah, I pulled the thing.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Yeah.
The next one's coming up, and it says April 12th and 14th because they are doing it twice, basically. They're just providing it twice. So that is the schedule. The participation has been really great. And again, the format's a little bit different this year. It's not really, so connected with the chambers of commerce. And I think that's why it's been more successful, because the contractor has been able to use their expertise in creating these seminars. This is what the contractor does. So we gave them a little bit of room to do what they are trained to do, and it's coming out really beautifully.
Christy, I see your hand. You're recognized.
Beautifully.
Ebony, was this the video that the webinar participated in March?
Yes, it probably was, Christy.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. That was a long time ago.
Was it about like a kickoff for this series?
Yeah, it was the kickoff.
Yes.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure it was very good. I
Yeah.
have to say. I just had to make sure that was the same one.
Yes.
So, yeah, was Jeff Arsenault the host, Christy?
No, it was a lady.
Oh,
Laura.
Laura, yes.
Okay, so Jeff,
yeah, that is it.
yeah, Jeff is the host for the series. So I think Laura hosted it for the
Mhm.
kickoff, and I believe Jeff spoke, like they kind of
Okay.
co-hosted it, if I recall correctly, because I attended it as well. I thought it was really
Okay.
great.
Yes, I'm gonna I'll go ahead and pass this on to our vocational teacher.
Yeah,
And so because the employments or businesses in our area that they go work in, they love our kids. And I think this would be great for them to watch. And I'll print out a flyer on it, and that way they can do it on their own time. So,
yeah.
That was way back in March, right?
Way back in March.
Way back in March.
Okay.
I understand, Christy.
But I mean, I'm old, all those teacher things.
No, it's not because you're old, it's because you're doing so many different
Yes, it's
things.
because you're doing so many
Yes,
things.
indeed.
Yeah, but it's 50 coming up, I mean.
She's telling her.
That's right.
I know that is right.
Yes, indeed.
So I don't know if you guys have any more questions. The contractor is really, really great, you guys. Like I mentioned, it's the same contractor in the videos.
It's a great activity and I recommend that we keep it.
Yeah,
All committee members in agreement?
yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Moving on.
3.2.3, advocate for employment support professionals to complete high-quality professional development for the improvement of service provisions and employment outcomes. This is another one of those activities where if you have some ideas on guidance to give, we would really appreciate it.
Okay, let me ask. Let's see. Is this for our paraprofessionals in the school system?
No, these are
Are-
employment support professionals, so people who
In the
work
home?
no, people who work to help people with developmental disabilities find jobs. So people who provide customized employment or supported employment services typically.
Okay, gotcha.
Mitch, I see your hand. You recognize.
Well, Amy and I talked a little bit about this via email, and that, these SSI beneficiaries, which a lot of people with developmental disabilities are receiving an SSI benefit. And, there's been a lot of discussion about benefits planning, and if enough people are having gaining access to benefits planning and things like that. And I can say with confidence, no, most people are not getting benefits planning before they go to work. And when that happens, it just creates a huge disincentive for people when you get, that letter from the Social Security Administrator saying you're in overpayment status. And what I see all the time is, these folks that are attempting to work for the very first time, they already have all these preconceived notions and fears and anxieties about, can I work? What can I really do? Can I be successful at this? I really want to do it. And so they get some people supporting them, maybe it's LRS or some other employment network. And a lot of times they're placed in a job without ever sitting down and talking to a benefits planner. It happens all the time because there's lots and lots of people attempting to work for the first time in this era of everybody should have an opportunity to work, and certainly people with disabilities should have the opportunity to work. So there's lots and lots of various supports out there now, be it supported employment, Louisiana Rehab Service, employment networks through Social Security's Ticket to Work program, whatever. But what's lacking is, before you ever go to work, you should have the right information. You should be able to make an informed choice. Once you have that information about what's right for you, about what level of work that you should be trying to attempt, or what type of job you should be trying to get, and how much money you should be earning. But people aren't getting that information. And so what happens is they get placed in a job, or they find a job and they start working and they start making money. And all of a sudden, sometimes it takes as long as 3 years before the Social Security Administration ever finds out that you got into an overpayment status 3 years ago. All this money that you've been earning in the meantime, they want it back. They want $20,000 back, $30,000 back. They're going to take the majority of your SSI benefit to pay it back. Well, this creates this huge problem for people. And so people get scared to death. And what it does is they just decide it's not worth it. The headache's not worth it. The anxiety's not worth it. And so they never attempt to work again. All of that can possibly be avoided, or at a minimum, you get the right information. If an overpayment does occur, you're prepared for it because someone has sat down and told you what could happen, what it is, and how the two of you or the team is going to address it when it does happen. So then it doesn't become as much of a disincentive for people. And I know this because I've seen it happen time and time and time again. We're an employment network. New Horizons is an employment network for the Social Security Administration. We do the Ticket to Work program. And so I always try to insist that people get connected with a benefits planner. But, to my knowledge, we only have one benefits planner contractor in the state. And how is it possible that you can provide benefits planning to everybody in the state of Louisiana that is attempting to work for the first time without even getting the information that there is such a thing as benefits planning? A lot of times people go to work without ever being a mention of benefits planning and what that is. And so my recommendation is that let me just say this. My feeling is that benefits planning should be readily available on your local level. Well, who's on your local level? Well, that's your regional state office of vocational rehabilitation. It's your employment networks in your community that are maybe working with the Social Security Administration through Ticket to Work. It's your supported employment contractors. These are the folks that are sitting down talking with individuals and getting to know them and getting to know their employment needs and getting to know that person personally and trying to help them find a job. These are the folks that need to have the basic knowledge about benefits planning. What is benefits planning? What are work incentives? What particular work incentives are associated with my particular benefit? Because they're different. The rules for working are very, very different if you're on SSI or Social Security Disability Insurance. So my feeling is there needs to be more benefits planners. They need to be in your community. And quite frankly, a benefits planner, whoever's providing employment supports to you, needs to be able to provide benefits planning, or at a minimum get you connected very easily with the benefits planner in your community. And there's just not enough of that going around. There's not even enough talk about that going around. So my feeling is that we need to find a way or make some recommendations to find a way to get more people involved in benefits planning. I've always felt like, and I'm saying a mouthful, but I've always felt like, you know, Louisiana Rehabilitation Services and those counselors that are working one-on-one with individuals should be required to be certified in benefits planning. You know, that could be costly, but look, you know, you're investing in people's lives. You know, if you really want to see the success and successful case closures, and you don't want people to bail out because they've gotten this letter from the Social Security Administration that they're in a $30,000 overpayment status, and they just give up on the idea of working, that can all be avoided just by making sure you've got a good benefits plan in place. So my advice would be that we try to find a way to get vocational rehabilitation involved, and any other employment network working with somebody involved. And one last thing I'll say on that is that SSI beneficiaries and Social Security disability benefit beneficiaries should be required to get benefits planning before they're ever able to assign their ticket to VR or any other employment network. If they agree to assign their ticket to a voc rehab agency for employment supports, they should be required to get benefits planning before they ever go to work. If they're going to assign their ticket to some other employment network, they should be required to get benefits planning before they can ever assign their ticket, or at least as part of the ticket assignment, they should be required to get benefits planning. Right now, they're not required to get benefits planning. It's just suggested, oh, you might want to get some benefits planning before you go to work. It's just suggested that they are. So anyway, I said a lot there, but I'm kind of passionate about this issue because I see it as the biggest disincentive to employment for people with disabilities. Just the fear of attempting to work and all the rules and regulations around it when you're on a benefit. Listen, people depend on those benefits. You know, it's their security blanket. Quite often you attempt to work, and what happens is you get that blanket yanked right out from under you. All of a sudden your check's cut off. Now you can't pay your bills. You're in jeopardy of getting evicted. You know, it creates so many different problems. You lose your food stamps, you lose this, you lose your housing subsidy, blah, 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 blah. You know, within benefits planning, you get to talk about ABLE accounts and potentially establishing an ABLE account. All that's involved in benefits planning. So, you know, or could be. So again, we need to find a way to get benefits planning more available to people on a local level, and make sure that the people that are providing employment supports have the training and knowledge and expertise, as, like I said, to at a minimum be able to explain the work incentives to people, what they are and how that can potentially, and how earning money can potentially impact their particular benefit.
Right. Thank you, Mitch.
Sorry that was so long-winded, but
No.
it's a big problem and people just don't talk about it, but it's such a huge problem nationwide, not just here, but everywhere.
No, we appreciate the input, because I mean, you just said the truth. Any other committee members? So how do y'all want to proceed?
Well, you know, the 3.2.3 says advocate for employment support professionals to complete high quality professional development. Well, high quality professional development should include, if you're going to be helping anybody get a job who's on a Social Security benefit, you better have extensive knowledge of work incentives and how earning money impacts those benefits. If you don't have that knowledge and experience, then you need to be able to very easily connect your client with someone that does. You know, what if all of a sudden you had all of these folks providing employment supports to beneficiaries decide that, you know what, I'm not gonna place anybody else on a job And I'm not going to do anything else to help anybody get a job until they've had benefits planning within the next 30 days. Could our current contractor handle that kind of influx and do benefits planning for all of those people statewide if they were required to do it in the next year even? Probably not. It would be extremely difficult because benefits planning is it's individualized and it's specialized depending upon what kind of benefit the person is receiving and what kind of other maybe subsidies or supports are receiving, like food stamps, like I said, and housing subsidies, and any other financial assistance or government assistance they might be receiving. Anytime you're on a benefit and start earning money, it begins to immediately impact all of those things: food stamps, housing subsidy, how much you get to help pay your rent. All of those things are impacted. And people don't realize that when they go to work. And all of a sudden they're in an overpayment and Social Security wants to take your benefit away from you. Well, now, there goes your other subsidies potentially. So I just don't think that people understand how important it is that people know what they're getting into. I'm all for working. It's the golden key of opportunity. And I've always said that. I'm all for working and I'm all for everybody getting an opportunity. But I also know that a lot of people are very dependent on these benefits. Their lives revolve around their ability to use this money to pay bills and survive. And just to step outside your comfort zone and get a job and start trying to earn money while you're receiving one of these benefits without knowing what you're getting into, it can create a lot of problems for you. And it happens all the time. But again, if you've had somebody sit down with you and explain the work incentives to you and explain, how earning money is going to impact those benefits that you're receiving, no matter what they are, then it's not quite as scary. It doesn't quite become quite as complicated. And if an issue does occur, some sort of overpayment does occur, at least you're prepared for it and you know what it is, and then you can decide how you want to proceed from there. So I don't know how we accomplish that, how we get the Social Security Administration to help us with this, to insist that beneficiaries are getting benefits planning before they go to work. But that really is one of the key things, is to get, in my opinion, to get the Social Security Administration on board so that these beneficiaries can get benefits planning before they ever go to work, or before they ever, as part of their ticket assignment to either a VR agency or some other employment network. I see your brain churning over there, Brandon. Come on, speak up. I know you got something to say over there.
I'm just soaking it in.
No, you're probably going, I wish you would shut up so we can move on to the next activity.
No, never.
I mean,
Well,
Mitch, I think we all agree with you. I think we all agree with you.
This issue gets me riled up, I tell you. I've got a friend that has worked here at New Horizons with me for many years, and he's worked here for off and on probably for about I guess about 7 years now. And in that 7-year period, do you know, he works part-time and still receives a disability insurance benefit. He's been in 3 overpayments. In those 7 years, he's gotten 3 different overpayments statuses. One of those overpayments was for as much as $60,000 that they wanted back from him. Now, here's a guy that's disabled, that's receiving a disability benefit and attempting to better his life by working part-time, got a family, got children, and they want $60,000 from him, and they're going to garnish his entire benefit until he pays that money back, which could take as long as 1,400 years to pay that money back. He's gotten into 3 of those. 2 of those were actually not his fault. 2 of those we had to fight with the Social Security Administration because they had sent him conflicting letters with conflicting information about conflicting dates and times that this overpayment occurred. It becomes a nightmare. What we ultimately had to do was get our congressman involved. And once we got our congressman involved, and they kind of dug a little bit deeper into each situation, both times the Social Security Administration had to concede and say, oh, well, we goofed, you're right. it's our fault. But my point is, had he not had someone to advocate for him, and had he not, like most people don't, and had he not know that, look, this ain't right, this ain't my fault, I didn't do this, you know, he would have just accepted it like most people, even though it was blatantly not his fault. It was a blatant mistake on the Social Security Administration's part. You know, had we not fought it because we knew that they were in the wrong, he would have done like most people do. They just say, oh, well, I got to pay this money back. What am I going to do? They're just going to take my benefit for the next 10 years until I pay this money back. But that happens all the time. And so, again, some of those things can be avoided and can be, you know, you can do better by making sure that you know what you're getting into when you're working in the first place. You can get somebody that has some training and education about benefits planning and work incentives to sit down with you and say, look, you're going to start earning money. Let's look at what you're receiving and let's plan to see how we can help you work and do well and avoid overpayments and all those things. So I don't know. I'm rambling now. I don't know what to do about it. It's been an issue that's been going on for so long. I think I told Amy in my email that about 15 years ago when I was on the Medicaid Infrastructure Grant Advisory Council. Brandon, were you involved in that all those years ago? I don't remember, with Elaine Richard.
No, not me.
Okay. Well, you know, that advisory council was huge. There was a lot of people on that advisory council. I think there was about 60 people that were on that advisory council from all over the state. That's about 15 years ago, maybe a little longer ago. And, you know, this whole issue of overpayments was an issue even then. And I was passionate about it then, about trying to figure out a way to help people not get into this whole overpayment thing. And we was in a room and we were talking about it. And Elaine asked me to kind of talk about it. So I was rambling then like I'm doing now, going on and on. I finally stopped and I said, look, how many people in this room know of someone that's had an overpayment or is currently in an overpayment status? Everybody in the room raised their hand. Everybody in the room raised their hand. And that was 15 years ago. And not much has been done to address the situation since then. It's just like this thing that nobody talks about. And
So
it's
how
just
can we move
gotten
forward?
worse and worse.
So Mitch, I guess the question, or not just Mitch, but the committee, like, where does the DD council fall in? How can you all, or what activity can we come up with in order to fill those gaps? Because clearly there's a gap where people aren't getting the benefits planning before they start to work. So what can the DD council do as far as their action plan to address that gap?
And you're right. I mean, I think it has to continue with advocacy. So our focus probably needs to be advocacy, or who are we going to advocate? What are we going to advocate for, and who are we going to advocate with? I mean, I would like to see us maybe. Do we have anybody that serves on the council that with the Social Security Administration, or an agency representative from the Social Security Administration?
No.
Well, we need one, don't we? I mean, don't we? I mean, most of our developmentally disabled individuals have never worked before, so a lot of them are on SSI, you know, Security Supplemental Income. That's the benefit they're receiving. And so, you know, when you start earning money and you're on SSI, it has an immediate effect of how much money you're eligible for on a month-to-month basis. So those individuals, when they start working, they're immediately impacted by earning income. So it'd be great if we maybe advocated to have the Social Security Administration have a representative on the council from the Social Security Administration. We've got every other agency just about on the council. Why can we not have someone from the Social Security Administration come and be a representative for the council? That way we can advocate with them about these issues, bring these issues up in our regular meetings and talk about them so that they can hear our concerns for the folks that we represent. And maybe, maybe we can begin to advocate for some changes. I do know that there are some changes potentially coming down the pipeline for SSI beneficiaries through the SSI Restoration Act. And if y'all haven't heard about that. They talked about it in the disability policy seminar and this.
Hold on 1 second, Mitch. Let me ask a question.
Yes,
Can
sir.
can that be explored by SSI? Because they're federal and we're state. I'm just curious.
Right, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. I really don't have any idea.
Okay. I didn't want you to go too far on that one, Mitch, without, kind of making sure that we did take that in consideration.
Okay.
Let me ask another question,
Yes, sir.
because I'm asking that actually, how far are we along on this agenda? What all do we have to?
I mean, we're going over the contractual activities too,
Okay. so
while we're going through the plan.
Okay, let's make sure yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to take up any more time on this, but as far as what recommendations we can make for 3.2.3 for activities around this. It says staff needs more guidance and specific plan on how to get this activity accomplished. And my advice is to advocate for more benefits planning professionals let me just say this, advocate for more professionals that are providing employment supports to people with developmental disabilities, have training and education regarding benefits planning. That would be my recommendation. How we get that accomplished, I'm not sure, but that would be my recommendation.
We heard the recommendation. Do the other committee members concur? Okay, and this is just a beast, a dynamic beast, and definitely passionate about it. So we're definitely.
So Mitch, if I add that wording right there, advocate for employment support professionals to complete high quality professional development on benefits planning. Do you think that would be sufficient to cover what you just stated?
I think so. Let's see, advocate for the employment support professionals to complete high quality professional development on benefits planning for the improvement of service provisions and employment outcomes. Yeah, because ultimately it is all about employment outcomes. It's about getting people back to work and keeping them working without fear of losing everything they've got in the meantime. Because that happens a lot,
Okay.
That's just one thing we can advocate for. I would like us to do some exploration on whether or not we could have somebody from the Social Security Administration on the council. You're right, Rashad, I understand that that's federal and this is a state council, but it'd be a good question to ask.
No doubt. That's what I was asking. Like I said, we're definitely gonna ask for that to be explored, because any resource we could bring to the table that would, possibly lighten the blows of hiccups that so many people are encountering.
Yep.
It's worth exploring.
Worst thing they can do is say no.
Say no. That's the worst thing they can do, just say no. And it's not like we haven't heard that word before.
You're right. I know.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So if everyone is good with those changes, we'll move to activity 3.2.4, which is advocate for employment providers to have access to financial incentives to support unserved and underserved populations, including people with the most substantial employment support needs in competitive, integrated, individualized employment. This is another advocate for activity. The only people that we can really advocate on this one about is LRS. So that's, if anybody has any other ideas about that, a more specific plan.
How is that working so far with LRS? Like with LRS and executing this?
I don't think that there really has been much activity to report on that. I don't know how long this activity has existed in our plans. I would imagine a few years.
Yeah, a lot of the education and employment activities have been around for a while.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mitch.
I have a question about the activity. Advocate for employment providers to have access to financial incentives. What does that mean exactly?
That would mean that LRS would have to somehow, well, there would have to be some sort of a provider rate incentive, I guess. If you happen to provide your employment services to somebody who is in an unserved or underserved population.
I'll put it in context. When I worked for DOC, when I was doing Department of Corrections, when I was doing reentry, there was incentives for employers to hire ex-offenders based upon the fact that they were an ex-offender. It gave them opportunities to take advantage of supplements and tax breaks. So I'm guessing this is kind of an equivalent, or am I just off base? I'm just asking.
I think so.
It sounds like it would be something.
It sounds like this would be something that in that same
Well,
form.
yeah, LRS is an employment provider. You know, they are the state employment provider. And
Right.
it sounds like it's saying for them to have access to financial incentives to support uncertain, is it saying that LRS needs more money to serve the, you know, rural and underserved populations? I'm not sure what it's saying here.
We're not really sure either.
That's why we.
I mean, I would imagine it's not exclusive to LRS.
Right.
Otherwise, they would have probably specified LRS in there.
I think it's other employment providers that maybe LRS is in connection with, where they would be able to provide the financial incentive for those employment providers to serve those individuals that are underserved or unserved.
Advocate for employment providers to have access to financial incentives. Well, you know, LRS doesn't need a financial incentive to serve these people. They already get funded federal funds and state funds. You know, and employment networks don't necessarily, other employment networks like Ticket to Work providers don't need financial incentives. Those financial incentives are paid to them by the Social Security Administration through milestones as these people go back to work, milestone and outcome payments. So they don't need financial incentives to serve these folks. They just need a ticket assignment. So I'm really not sure what this activity is asking. And if I had maybe some idea of what we've done in the past few years regarding this activity, what kind of, you know, activities we've done, then maybe it would clarify a little bit for me, but I'm not really sure what this activity is asking.
Yeah.
Is that a fair question?
Very.
It's a fair question. And also this activity has probably existed for a number of years as well. I don't think there's been much movement on it. You know.
Is it possible that, I'm sorry, Mitch,
No,
let me
you go ahead,
ask a question real quick. Is it possible this was put in place before certain programs have been implemented now? I mean, just like we were talking about, like Ticket to Work and LRS, was this more like directed toward private employers as opposed to the agencies that we work with now?
I assume it would have to be geared towards private employers because I don't know why they would have geared that activity towards LRS.
I'm just wondering, is this one of those things that was at the time when it was put in place, some of the mechanisms that we have now weren't in place, but they are now. And this kind of is not quite as relevant as it was when it was initially an activity that was brought forth.
Maybe
I'm just thinking out loud.
Well, yeah, well, maybe it's saying that any employer, you know, have access to financial incentives. Well, what is a financial incentive for maybe a potential employer of a person with a disability? It might be that they get tax breaks for providing accommodations or doing a curb cut or you know, some financial incentive for them to hire the person. Maybe that's what it's talking about.
But who's gonna be the one to do the incentivizing?
Well, maybe it's saying that we advocate that they have access to that information. If I'm an employer and I'm going to hire a person with a disability, what's in it for me? What incentives are there in it for me if I hire this person? Maybe it's saying that we continue to advocate that employers have access to those incentives, that they know about them, that they know that they exist, that they know that they can get tax breaks for hiring someone, or this or that, or maybe they can help get the cost of providing a reasonable accommodation in the workplace for someone. I don't know, that seems like more logical to me that it might be addressing that type of thing, because
I'm inclined to agree with you. Is it possible that we could revise that? Or do we need to keep it
Yes,
like that?
that's why we're here.
I think we need, like Mitch, I actually like the language that you just used. It makes it more reader understandable.
So can you repeat it, Mitch? And then I'll try to add the language.
well, maybe we advocate for employers, not employment providers, but employers of people with, maybe we advocate for potential employers of people with disabilities to have access to information about incentives to hire them, something along those lines. Incentives to employ people with disabilities, like, reasonable accommodation cost, or tax credits to hire X number of people in the workplace, something along those lines. I mean, because those things exist. You can find those things on, there's some information about those on, I got to think of the what is it? I'm drawing a blank. I'll think of it in a second, but I mean, those types of things do exist. You can get tax breaks sometimes for hiring people. You can get help with modification costs. Like if you want to modify a bathroom and make it accessible, sometimes an employer can get up to $10,000 in tax write-offs for that sort of thing. So some of those incentives are out there in place. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's what this whole thing is about. This whole 3.2.4 is asking. It's just maybe the way it's worded is kind of confusing. Or maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, actually, you started making a lot more sense than what I was reading. I don't know about the other committee members, but that actually brings more, gives me a better understanding.
Okay, so Mitch, I'm gonna read what I think maybe encompassed with what you just said. So advocate for potential employers to have access to information about financial incentives to support unserved and underserved populations, including people with the most substantial employment support needs and competitive, integrated, individualized employment.
Well, let me read that back to advocate for potential employers to have access to information about financial incentives to support. Instead of saying to support, I would say to hire underserved and underserved populations. Well, matter of fact, I would just say to hire, to hire unserved and underserved populations. Well, that's really.
So Mitch, ultimately, we're just trying to make sure that employers have information about the benefits of hiring people with disabilities.
Right, exactly.
So I guess we don't even need to worry about the advocate for piece. We just need to have it as an action item of, we need to make sure that this information gets out there to potential employers.
Well, yeah, well, maybe more specific, what information, working,
Right.
incentives to hire people, financial incentives to hire people.
Share with potential employers.
Because that's what 3.2.4 says, financial incentives to support underserved and underserved populations. Because those are important for employers. I mean, you might have an employer, and I know you all agree with this, be more apt to hire a person that's applying if they know that they can get some help with the cost of modifying a bathroom for them because it's currently inaccessible to them, but they want to hire them. But it's going to cost them $15,000 to modify the bathroom, but if they can write off $10,000 of it, they're more apt to hire that person. Well, where do they get that information? We just need to make sure that they have access to that information.
Potential employers, ensuring that potential employers have access to information. I don't know.
That works.
How do we
Yeah,
ensure
that-
that though?
I don't know. Well,
I mean, if we take
currently-
information out of that and try to get it into the hands of more employers.
Oh, look, Rashad's at the door.
Oh,
So earlier, we had talked about these employment webinars that were happening. And there's one that comes up in June that talks about benefits and a retention plan. They say LRS tax incentives, benefits planning, able accounts, financial benefits, et cetera.
Yeah,
So there might be information included in that particular webinar that we can use to be able to get whatever we want out to different employers to make sure that they have.
I can also email those websites where that information is readily available. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I can get that information to you.
Right.
But yeah, but that would be a way to do it. You're right.
Okay, so what I have right now is ensure potential employers have access to information about financial incentives to hire unserved and underserved populations, including people with the most substantial employment support needs and competitive, integrated, individualized employment.
Well, those last 1, 2, 3, 4 words were a mouthful.
I know that this is very
Competitive, integrated, individualized employment.
employment.
Wow.
That is the term.
Well, maybe just the most substantial employment needs or supports, the most substantial employment support needs. Yeah, period. I don't know if we need any competitive, integrated, individual. Yeah, I just take that out.
How does, are all the other committee members in agreement? That's Mitch's suggestion.
Okay. I see thumbs up. All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Next activity.
Employment committee.
I'm sorry, what? Activity 3.2.5 is about sharing benefits planning services, and I believe we've really already covered that as something that needs to stay in, and we need to continue to publicize that those services exist, that they're out there, you can access them. Here's how. Yeah, I think we just, continue to publicize through social media.
Okay.
Activity 3.2.6 is advocate for systems change based on emergent employment issues. We keep an emergent issues activity in every goal. I'm not sure why it's highlighted.
Well, both of those are highlighted because just keep in mind, those 3 things that were highlighted were the recommendations sent to the planning committee from the education and employment committee for your consideration to either, I guess, add things to those or consider changing them up to make them a little bit more specific or adding another activity.
So 3.2.5 was Mitch's recommendation in committee. So I believe we've covered that one. 3.2.6, I'm unsure what changes they wanted made. ACL recommends that we keep an employment and emergent issues activity, just as a catch-all kind of for anything that comes up that we need to focus on.
Okay.
So I don't really know what kind of changes could be made there.
I'm going back up because activity 3.2.3 and 3.2.5, do we want to keep those separate? I guess those are 2 separate things.
Yeah, those are 2 separate things.
Gotcha.
Okay. And we'll deal with 3.2.6 or 3.2.7.
3.2.7 is advocate for information on post-secondary opportunities and access to LRS pre-employment transition services, school districts for all students with disabilities. Our recommendation is to discontinue this activity because Louisiana Rehabilitation Services is taking point when completing that activity.
Does anybody have any objections? To reemphasize what she said, like I said, LRS is taking point on that, taking initiative of it. Do the committee members have any questions or concerns? All right. All right, so
Okay.
for that, we will make the removal.
Activity 3.2.8, advocate for increased Louisiana Rehabilitation Services counselor positions, including administrative, legislative, and funding efforts. This type of activity is really more of a legislative advocacy type of activity. So we recommend discontinuing the activity. And if it is something that the council wants to do, we revisit it for next year's legislative advocacy agenda.
I agree. That could be an emergent need if Louisiana Rehabilitation Services is in a position where they need funding. They're going to certainly let everyone know, and we'll begin an advocacy campaign like we've done in the past.
Sure. Other committee members in agreement? All right, thumbs up. Thank you.
Okay. Activity 3.2.9 is conduct research to examine the effectiveness and advocate to support efforts of the Louisiana Medicaid buy-in program. If this activity is continued, this is another one where we'd really like some ideas, some guidance, or a plan on how to proceed with this.
Well, I can just mention a few things about that. I remember when the Medicaid buy-in program was part of the Louisiana Medicaid Infrastructure Grant Advisory Council activity. We actually looked at a model, I believe it was from Kansas City, that had a buy-in program. Like I said, this was about 15, 16 years ago. And we actually loved their buy-in program because of how flexible and versatile it was. And the income limits for the earned income limits were really high. So a person with a disability that couldn't get any other kind of insurance and was making earning a decent wage could buy into Louisiana Medicaid and still make a decent living. I think at that time when it went passed through the legislature, a person could be earning $80,000 a year and still get full Medicaid benefits. Plus, you could also get personal care attendant services and things like that were built into the buy-in program. So, but then when Bobby Jindal was governor, for some reason, he basically wanted to completely do away with the Louisiana Medicaid buy-in program, which is called the Louisiana Purchase Plan. He wanted to do away with it. Instead of doing away with it, they slashed the earned income limits down so low that just about everybody that was on it at the time got pushed out of it, because these guys that were working and benefiting from it and then getting Medicaid and also getting LTPCS, they were basically pushed out of the program because they were earning too much money. So if anything needs to be done with this money, this program, I still think that it's a great program. There's a lot of people that are working, and as more people go to work and start earning money and maybe even get off of benefits but don't have insurance, here's an opportunity where they may be able to buy into Medicaid, but they got to raise the income limits again. That's one thing that needs to happen, is they need to raise the earned income limits substantially back to maybe close to what they were back then, because like I said, a single person could earn up to $80,000 a year and still qualify for Medicaid. Now, based on how much you were earning, depended on the type of premium you might pay to buy in. So, but the premium costs were still really, really low. Even if you were earning $80,000 a year, you might not pay but $50 a month to buy into Medicaid. So it really was a fantastic program. It really was. We worked really hard on building this program. So anyway,
Medicaid expansion is kind of started trying to cover that gap as well.
Right. You're right. Yeah.
Somewhat, not by much, but somewhat. So
you're right.
Yeah.
But if you were earning, probably if you were earning $80,000 a year, you're not going to qualify for Medicaid expansion. If you're a single person, you're going to earn too much money. And not qualifying for Medicaid expansion, you can't get personal care attendant services through any other program earning that much money either. Community choice waiver, but you could get LTPCS because you had full Medicaid. Even if you were earning that much money and buying into it, you were paying a premium for your Medicaid, you still are eligible to get personal care attendant services to help you get up and go to work, which is what I loved about it. But anyway, it was a great program, and General kind of just came in and dismantled the whole thing.
So we're gonna go ahead and stay with it?
I say yes, I do. I say yes.
Okay. So, what are other committee members in agreement? Okay,
Got some thumbs up and some head bobs.
all right.
That is the last activity that we have on the plan, unless anyone has any recommendations for new activities. I'll pause for a minute there to make sure that no one does. Not a bunch of double negatives. Okay, we're gonna quickly go over the budget. I'm gonna share my screen if you want to stop sharing. There you go. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna make this bigger. I've been working on this since while we've been talking. This right here, B, was our current fiscal year's budgeted amounts for the plan. And this is what we're projecting to spend on fiscal year 23's plan. So most amounts are remaining the same. Partners will stay the same. WCAN stays the same. Events. So you can see where things have changed.
Oh, I like this. This recognizes what we were discussing since we discussed today. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So right now we have about $693,000 obligated. We probably have about $7,000 more that we could obligate. So if you want to assign that amount of money to one of these, to one of our existing activities, we can do that. Up to you.
So we have, just for the sake of clarity for the committee and myself, so we have $7,000 left to spend that we could designate to what we've discussed today.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask this question. We were already flirting with this about the first responder training. What are your thoughts on that one? Because what are your thoughts?
Increase it some more? Is that what you're asking?
Well, we have that $7,000 that's available, and
Okay.
or we could put it in YLF.
I say why, my choice is YLF.
Okay.
That's my choice.
I agree with Christie. I agree with Christie that if we're going to allocate it, YLS, yes.
Okay, so it looks like it's unanimous that we'll allocate the remaining $7,000 to YLF, would give it to $22,000. I think that's pretty good because it was initially commented to be about 20,000. So thank you so much for that. You can go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's good. So your budgeting work is pretty much done, and so is your planning work. We're going to take the document that Ebony was working on during the entire time and basically just clean it up. And that is what will be presented to the full council in our April meetings for adoption. And just so for the new members, so that everybody knows, after the full council adopts the plan, then we send it out for a 45-day public comment period. And then if we have comments, then we may reconvene and make some additional changes if we have to.
Yeah, so we're at the conclusion.
We are.
Okay.
I mean, do you want to just go over the changes real fast? I can just show that document real quick. The one I was sharing.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And while she's getting together, again, I want to say thank you so much again for this sacrifice. I know this is a Friday, And we had these new committee members. Vivian, Christy, Cheney, I really appreciate you being a part of this. Mitch, I'm coming back to you. I think it's just real instrumental that as new council members, you get a chance to see how instrumental you really are, and you get an opportunity to see how effective you can be in the decisions and the direction that the council is going. Mitch, again, I appreciate you very much. I know you're getting ready to roll off. And for those committee members don't know it, Mitch is getting ready to roll off, but he's been a plethora of knowledge. I've known him for many years, professionally and personally. And I knew he would be an asset to the contribution to this meeting. Now, with that being said, in the next couple of meetings, Mitch is gonna need someone to be just as vocal. Chrissy, you're running a tight second with Mitch as it stands. So Cheney and Vivian, someone's gonna have to get ready.
It gets my mind turning.
Right. Something about getting close to 50. I know, and March being so far away, I know. But with all that being said, all jokes put aside, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
How much you've really been a contribution to today's meeting. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just go through the changes that you guys have made. So we're keeping partners in policy making. We are keeping LeCan, of course. The events contract is gonna stay at 30,000 because we're not having a conference. We're gonna continue to support the Families Help and Family Center with our state general funds. We're gonna keep the videos, contracts, and maybe come up with new ideas based on the targeted disparity with the women's health initiative that you got, or activity that you guys added. We will continue with supported decision-making. Of course, social media will continue. And the activity that we have for each goal is to advocate for more meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input. The new activity that you all added was activity 1.1.9, and that's to provide financial support and technical assistance for the Youth Leadership Forum, and I'm increasing that amount to 22,000. We're continuing with the People First initiative, giving them 25,000. Activity 1.2.2, which is to provide support for participation of individuals with developmental disabilities and those cross-disability and culturally diverse leadership coalitions and advisory bodies. Of course, activity 1.2.3 was advised by the ACL to remove that from our plan because that's internal and we should already be doing that activity. Activity 1.2.4 for council participation in national training, you increased that to 15,000. For goal number 2, you decided to take away activity 2.1.1 just because the contractor was having issues with spending the funding due to the limitations and prohibitions. Activity 2.1.2, we combined with activity 2.1.3. So we'll continue those, we just combined them. Activity 2.1.4, we decided to discontinue that activity, or you decided to discontinue that activity because the row pilot is no longer in place according to OCDD. For activity 2.1.5, we didn't go back to this one. This is one that you guys tabled. I'm glad we went through this because we decided to get rid of the first portion. I think we added the first portion to activity 2.1.2. We decided to discontinue the second portion with the COVID exceptions because OCDD is addressing that. But we did not go back to the consider individualized emergency preparedness considerations for people with severe disabilities and medical issues. Now, just keep in mind that there is another activity that you all increased the funding for emergency preparedness, but it's not individualized.
Not
Right.
necessarily.
Not necessarily, but there is still an activity in the plan that covers emergency preparedness. So I don't know what the committee would like to do with this activity.
if it's covered in another activity, then we could just do away with this activity 2.1.5 altogether.
Is that the consensus of the committee?
You see them?
I see thumbs, okay. Thank
Okay.
you for that.
I'll go back and take it out. So activity 2.1.6, the committee decided to take that one out because there are lists that cover those providers. You all added activity 2.1.7, and that's to advocate with the Louisiana Department of Education to provide appropriate, accessible sexual education to high school age students with developmental disabilities. So moving on to objective 2.2, for activity 2.2.1, for the first responder trainings, you increase that allocation to 80,000. And then for activity 2.2.2, you increase that allocation for the emergency preparedness trainings to 50,000. You discontinued activity 2.2.3, which was those continuing education opportunities because they are outdated and you can't get the CEUs for those right now. Activity 2.2.4, we kept because we have to have that one. And then you all changed your targeted disparity to focus on women's health. Females with developmental disabilities and their families will have increased access to health services and health education. And then you added activity 2.3.1, which is to conduct research and collaborate with LDH to address accessible educational materials for women's health topics. So moving on to goal 3, we are continuing with activity 3.1.1, which is LPI. We're going to continue to fund the council will continue to fund them at 40,000. Activity 3.1.2, you're continuing, as well as 3.1.3. You decided to discontinue activity 3.1.4 and 3.1.5. I'm sorry, I didn't put that in red. 3.1.6, we're continuing because that's the emergent education issues. 3.1.7, advocate for meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input, which is included in each goal. You decided to discontinue activity 3.1.8, just due to the trainings that teachers already have available to them. And then objective 3.2, you decided to discontinue the customized employment trainings. For activity 3.2.2, you decided to continue the employment seminars. Activity 3.2.3, you added language specifically for benefits planning services for those employment support professionals. And then 3.2.4, we changed the language to that one. To ensure potential employers have the information about the financial incentives. We're keeping activities 3.2.5 and 3.2.6 and discontinuing 3.2.7 and 8. And then we're going to continue to conduct the research about the Louisiana Medicaid buy-in program for 3.2.9. Okay.
Thank you very much. And anything else in closing?
No, just thank you so much for your time and your effort. It was a long day, but you got through it.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank you again, y'all. Y'all enjoy your weekend.
Okay. Thank y'all guys. Thank y'all for all the hard work you guys do. And y'all do a great job. And I have a lot of respect for each one of you on the staff and just appreciate your support over the years for me and for these new folks. And you guys do a fantastic job. You work hard and I know that and I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
you.
Okay.
That's sweet.
All right. See y'all next time on our next meeting.
All
All
right.
right.
All right, have a great weekend.
Yes.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, I have to log out too.
Drink some early.